Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to a brand new video where we are going to make a real-time chat app from the scratch with the help of Flutter and Firebase. So on this series, we are simply going to cover user authentication, real-time chat, responsive UI and many more. So do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button, and let's keep the like aim on this video of 500 likes. I know you will definitely do that. Now let's get started. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. But before we move to the code, I want to simply show you how our chat app will look alike at the end of this series. On the center, you can see the iOS device where I have simply opened my chat app, and on the right, you can see the Android chat app that we have successfully launched in the Android app. So this give a complete conclusion that this course will be for both Android and iOS, as you can see on the screen. Now the reason for showing the two screens over here, because to simply give you an idea, like a two person who has a two different devices can use this app to have a chat, right? Now here, first I am going to authenticate with the help of Google in my Android device. Then I will authenticate with the help of Google in the iOS device. So let's click to this sign in with Google button, and now we'll simply click to this iOS button also, and we'll select one of my account for my Android device and one of my account for iOS device. Now we'll simply sign in with Google in both the device, and we have simply registered successfully and directly move to the home page. Now in the home page, you can see at the top we have simply added a wave emoji and a hello, and here we have simply shown the user name that have been simply used by the user to sign up in the app with the help of Google. Now here you can see the welcome to text with a chat up text. Now chat up is the app name that I have simply kept for this chat app, and here you can see the profile icon, and by tapping to this icon we'll directly move to the profile page where the user can simply see their profile picture, their name, the email, the logout and the delete button. So we have also added a logout and delete button in the profile page. Now let's back to the home page, and here you can see the search bar where the user can simply search for the respective username that he want to have in chat. Now what is this username? So now the reason for giving a username is something like this. It's just like an Instagram. So in the Instagram, as you know that each user have their own specific username, so that the thing we have simply done in our chat app, where we are going to provide the unique username to the each user, and by writing that username the user can simply have a chat with that user. Yeah, so now I'm going to simply write the username that I have simply signed up through my Android device, and here I will just write app crafting, and here we'll directly move to the chat page, and here you can see that it simply shows the username through which I am having a chat. And here in the chat page you can see that we have added an option to simply send a voice note to the user and a message bar so that they can send a message to the user, and you can see that we have added a attach file icon, and by pressing to this icon they can simply send the image to the respective user. So I will simply send my first message from here, and will just write hello, how are you, and will simply send this message from here, and you will see that after sending a message the message frequently appeared in my mobile device. Now I will simply tap and will send a reply to here, and you can see that it simply shows an option to give an permission to send the voice note to this user. So I will simply give a permission, and here you can see that hello, how are you message. Now I will simply reply to it and will just say Hi, I am fine. Yeah. So here you can see that in no seconds we will get a message on the real time and the two users can simply have a chat. So this is an awesome chat app. Now let's send a reply to him and we'll say how this app is. And you can see in just a few seconds we get the message in our other device and I will simply reply that yes, it is great. Yeah, so here you can see that the two users can simply have an awesome chat between each other like one to one in no time, and we can simply get a message from one device to the another. Now let's move and let's send the image to Shivam. Like if he asked me an image for the watch, now let's send the image to Shivam and I will simply send the image of watch from here and will simply send the image and you will see that it simply shows that your image is uploading, but in no time the image has been sent to the user and it simply shows in my app too, in my I think so in my Android device too. And you can see that we can successfully send the image here. Now let's send the other image here, and here you can see that how frequently the image is transferring from one device to the another and we can successfully send an image. Now let's move ahead and let's send a voice note. So here in the Android device I will simply record a voice note from here. So I will simply tap to this mic icon and I will start recording. Hello, how are you? Do you like this app? We'll stop the recording and upload our audio. Now let's wait as audio is uploading. So here you can see that audio has been sent and will simply play this audio in my Android device and you will simply hear it. Hello, how are you? Do you like this app? So you can see that how we can simply send an audio to the other user in no time, and we can also send images, we can also send messages. So this is the app that we are going to simply make on this complete chat app course. Let's get started. But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. Now let's move, and first I'm going to create a onboarding screen of our chat app. So here you can see that in the images folder I have simply pasted one file which is onboard.png. Now to call this image, you already know that we need to move to the perspec.ml file and we need to simply call our images folder name where we have saved all the images, right? Now, once you have done all this thing, let's move to the leaf folder and we'll simply create a new folder name which will be a pages, and inside the pages folder I will simply create a new file name which will be onboard, or let's create onboarding.dart. And here first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be our page name onboarding. Yeah, so here we have created one page which is onboarding. Now we'll need to simply write a scaffold, a body, container, a child, and a column. Now one thing I want to simply recommend you all before starting this series, if you want to simply learn more about the widgets, a stateful widget, and a code we usually write on this dart file, I have already made a complete Flutter series from the scratch, and I have simply taught you about each and everything that we widely use to make our Flutter app. I will simply provide you the complete beginner course link in the description box, so it is totally free for you all to watch and get to know more about a Flutter. So in the onboarding.dart file here, first I am going to simply show the image that I have told you. So we'll simply use image.asset and we'll write our images folder name and the image file name, which will be simply onboard.png. Yeah. Now let me call this page so that I can show you what all code I am writing on this file. So here I will move to the home and will simply write onboarding, which is our file name, something like this. And here you can see the debug banner. I can simply remove this by passing debug show checked mode banner to false, and it will simply remove that file from here. So this is the onboarding picture that we are going to simply use in our chat app. Yeah. Now let's move and we'll simply provide some of the headlines, or you can say a title for this app, and we'll simply write enjoy the new experience of chatting with global friends. Yeah. So here I will use a text widget, and in the text widget I will simply pass the text that I've just told you now, which is enjoy the new experience. Experience spelling is correct, I guess. Yeah. Experience of chatting. So we'll write chatting with global friends. Friends, friends. Yeah. So here you can see the text. Now let's provide the style to this text. So I will simply use a style and a text style. Now in the text style I will simply pass a color, which will be simply colors dot black. Colors dot black. Let's pass the font size up to 22.0, and font weight will be simply will pass font weight dot bold, something like this. Now I will simply center this text by using text align dot center. So we'll use text align dot center to simply center this text, something over here. Now let me also do one thing, because as I want to give some padding to this text, so I will simply wrap up with a padding widget, and here we'll write edge inset dot only. From the left I will simply pass 20.0, and from the right let's pass 20.0. Yeah. So here it is. Now I think so we can increase our font size up to 25. I guess it's okay. Now we can provide a size box from the top. So we'll write size box height and we'll pass a size box up to 20.0. Yeah. So here you can see the text, or you can see the title of this app, which is enjoy the new experience of chatting with global friends. But if you have any better idea to show your title, you can simply go in your way. So I was thinking about that, what to simply keep a app name. So I thought that let's keep the app name, which is chat up. So through the chat up app, the user can simply search any user and can simply have a private chats. Yeah. Now let's copy this padding widget here again, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now in the text widget I'm going to simply write a connect people around the world for free. Yeah. Now this is just like a simple text to explain more about the app that the user going to use. So that's why I will not show in a bold form. I will simply change the color of this text, and will also change the font weight to W500, and will also decrease a font size up to 18, I guess. And now we can use a size box, and let's pass the size box height 30.0. Yeah. So here you can see the text connect people around the world for free. Now, as there will be a Google authentication, or you can say we need to add some authentication over here in the chat app, because as we need to simply navigate a user, like which user are sending our details to a specific user. So we need to simply keep a track of the user details, like a Shivam is sending a message to Shyam. So for that, we need to simply allow the user to authenticate in the app. Without a authentication, we can't simply track a user details. Also, authentication will simply secure your app. So that's why I will prefer to use a Google authentication. So here I will simply use a container and a width, and will simply use a media query dot of context dot size dot width. Yeah, now here I'm going to pass a decoration, a box decoration, now the color, and here I'm going to pass the color, which will be a customized color code. And let me see what the color code is. So here I'm going to use the color and will write 0xff 703E ff, yeah, something like this. Now here in the container, now I'm going to simply pass a child, a row, and a children. Now the reason for passing the row, as you have noticed that I have added a second image in the images folder, which is a Google logo, and here I'm going to use this logo and will write image dot asset and will write images, and here I'm going to write search dot png. Now I'm going to simply pass the height 50, a width 50, and a fit box fit dot cover, something like this. Now here you can see the image that we have used. Now I can simply pass the margin edge inset dot only. From the left, let's pass 20.0, and from the right, let's pass 20.0. So here it is, and I guess it is okay, or you can do up to 30. And yeah, now we can provide some padding so that we can see the image and the text clearly. Let's keep dot only. From the top, let's pass 5.0. From the left, let's pass 10.0, and from the bottom, I guess 5.0 will be okay. It's okay, I guess. Yeah, now once we have done this thing, we can simply show the text over here, which will be a sign in with Google. So we'll copy the text widget and we'll simply paste it over here, and we'll rename it to sign in with Google. Yeah, now we'll write colors dot white and we'll write font weight dot bold. Then we can increase the font size up to 22, and now we can use a size box width and we'll write 20.0. Now we can simply provide a space between this text and the button by using a size box. So we'll copy the size box here again and we'll simply paste it over here. Now let's provide the border radius to this button. So we'll write border radius dot circular, and let's pass up to 30. Yeah, now it's okay, I guess. And if you want, you can simply center this by using main axis dot center, and rather than 30, let's pass 20, because 30 will be too much, I guess. Let's keep 30. From the left, 30.0. Let's pass the height 60 or 90, 70, I guess it's okay. Yeah. So here you can see the button sign in with Google. Now the user can simply tap to this button and simply can authenticate with the help of Google. Yeah. Now I've tried to pass a elevation. As you can see, The reason for passing an elevation, because the user can know that it look like a button, and the user can simply tap to the button and can directly authenticate in the help with the help of Google. Yeah. Now let's move to the home page, and in the pages folder I will simply create a new file name which will be home, and will simply write home.dart, and will again import the package by using material.dart, and here we'll write a stateful widget name which will be simply a home. Now here in the home page I will first write a scaffold, a body, container, child, and a column. Now here you can see that in the images folder I have added a third image which is wave.png, and you can see that we can simply use this emoji. I can say this as emoji, and I will simply use this emoji in the home.dart to simply indicate a hello sign to our user who will simply authenticate in the app. Yeah, so here I will simply use a row children, but before that let me pass a background color to my complete screen. So here I will pass a background color to my scaffold widget, and will copy the same color code that we have passed to our button, and will copy this color code and will simply paste it something over here. Yeah, now let's reload this page so that I can show you what all code I am writing here. And here you can see the page. Now first, as I told you, I will simply show the wave emoji. So I will use image.asset and will write images, and here first I am going to use wave.png, and we need to simply pass the height. Let's pass the height 90 and the width 90 and the fit boxfit.cover. Yeah, so here you can see the image, but it's look like we have provided a lots of height and width. So I will simply decrease the height and width up to 50 and 50, and now I can simply pass a margin so that I can see the image clearly. Edge insert dot only. From the top let's pass 40.0, and from the left let's pass 20.0. So here it is. Now here, once we have shown the emoji, I need to simply show the hello and the username. So here to show the hello text, I will simply use the text widget. Now to use the text widget, I will simply move to the onboarding.dart file, and now I need to copy the text widget and will simply paste it over here. And now I will simply write the text hello, and here you can see the text. Now I can provide the space between this emoji and the text by using size box, and will pass size box with 10.0. Yeah, now we'll simply provide increase a font size up to 24. Now I want to simply show the username, so we'll copy the text widget here again, and now I will simply write a username. Now as I am simply trying to make the UI first, then I will simply use a Firebase to add a complete backend on this app. So that's why I'm trying to keep a fixed name, and I will simply use my name over here. But once the user authenticate in the app with the help of Google, will simply show that username over here. Yeah, now here you can see hello Shivam, which is that username. Now here I want to simply show like welcome to and our app name, which is chat up. Yeah, so first I am going to show the welcome to and a chat up text. Then here I am going to add a profile icon so that the user can simply tap to this profile icon and can move to the profile page where they can simply see all the details regarding there, and we can simply also allow the user to log out from the app. Yeah, now let's move, and here as I told you, first I'm going to show the welcome to text. So to show the text, I think so rather than writing the text first let's show the icon over here. So first I will simply create a container, now a decoration, a box decoration, and in the color I will pass the colors dot white, and here I am going to pass the icon which will simply indicate the profile. So I will simply use icons dot person Yeah, now I need to use this same color that we have passed over here, something like this. Yeah, now I can use a spacer because I want a maximum space between this text widget and the container rather than using a fixed width over here while passing a size box. As I will refer you to all, if you are making the app, try to make it as responsive as you can so that when the app will be tested on the multiple devices, it can be act same how it have been shown in your emulator, right? So that's why I will simply use a spacer to make the app highly responsive, and here I will simply use the margin so that the icon won't stuck to the right side of the screen. And here I will use a size to increase my icon size, and let's increase the icon size up to 30, and we'll simply write a border radius and we'll pass the border radius circular, and let's pass up to 10. So here you can see the icon. Now I can simply pass a padding edge inset dot all, and let's pass the icon and let's pass the padding up to 5. Yeah, now here you can see the icon. If you want, you can pass elevation to this container, it's your choice, but I think so it's okay. I don't need any elevation over here because it's already look like in elevated form. Yeah, now here after a row widget I will use a text widget. As I've told you, I will simply show the welcome to text and will simply paste it over here, and we'll write welcome to, and we'll remove text align dot center from here, and we'll use cross to move the text something over here. So I will use cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Now here I can use a size box so that I can provide a space. Yeah, now here we'll simply change a color of this text to white 54, or let's pass a different shade of an white color. I think so this is okay, I guess. If you want, you can change the color according to your choice. It's up to how you can make this app more attractive and engaging for the users to use. Yeah, now here I will copy the text widget here again, and will copy and will simply paste it over here, and here I will simply write a app name which is chat up. Yeah, now I will simply increase my height, or you can say font size of our app name, and here I will also provide the space 5.0, something like this. I guess it is okay. Yeah, 40 I guess is okay, and we can do like this. Yeah, so welcome to chat up. Yeah, now here I'm going to simply show the curve container, something like this. And here in the curve container, first I'm going to show the search bar. So in the search bar, the user can simply search for the specific username that they want to have a chat, and in the container I'm going to show all the chats that the user have done in the form of list view, right? Now to show that, I will simply create a container. We'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now as I've told you, I will try to make this app highly responsive. So that's why I've used a media query, and media query will suggest a width to take as much space as the container can. Yeah. And here I will simply pass the height. Net Let's not pass the height, let's write a decoration, a box decoration, and we'll pass the color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Yeah, now here I can use a child, and we'll simply write a column and a children and a text widget, so that I can simply show you the container first. Now here you can see that there is a space, but I don't want any space over here, so I will simply remove this margin from the container, and now I can simply provide a padding, or let's wrap up the row first with a padding widget, and we'll simply write dot only from the left, and we'll simply provide the padding from the left 20.0. We'll do same for the text name, welcome to dot only from the left 20.0, and we'll do same for the our app name. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can provide a size box so that I can provide a space between this text, and if I'm going to provide a search bar over here. Now here you can see that once I provided the container over here with a white color, so this take a width according to the media query that we have passed, and it simply says the container to use a complete width of the screen. Right now for the height we haven't passed anything. Now I also want that it simply says as much height that mobile device have, and for the height I want that it's the containers should take as much height that the space has been left vertically, right? So you can see that this is the amount of space has been left, and I want this container to use this complete height of the screen that have been left. Now to handle this case in a responsive manner, because you will think that let's pass the height and we'll simply pass a number something like this, and until it won't fit the screen we'll keep on increasing the number. So this will not make the app highly responsive. As I've told you, when you will simply test the app in your multiple devices, you can face this error. So to handle this case, I will simply wrap up the container with a expanded widget, and here it simply take a height of the screen automatically how much height he can. Yeah, so these are all the things that I have simply taught in my Flutter beginner course. So I'm telling you again and again to simply follow that video, because that will simply clear your all the basic thing regarding the app responsiveness and how to use a widgets in the Flutter app. As I've told you, that video is completely free. You don't need to pay anything extra to watch that video. That will simply help you to know about a Flutter. Yeah, now let's move. And as I've told you, first I'm going to show the text field over here. So first, as I've told you that there will be a circular radius from a top left and a top right. So I will use a border radius, and in the border radius I will simply write border radius dot only, and I want to simply provide from top left. So we'll write top left circular radius 30, and from the top right radius circular 30, right? So here it is. Now here I can show the text field. Now to write a text field, first I need to write a container, and in the container we can simply use a text field so that we can simply provide a color and a design to our text field. Yeah, so we'll use a child and a text field, and here you can see the text field, but we'll write a decoration and a box decoration, and we need to simply pass a color to our text field so that I can see that text field clearly. So let me see the random color code, not a random color code. There is a color code that I will simply use on this text field so that I can simply see the text field clearly. Yeah, so this is the color code that I will simply use to show my text field, and now you can see the text field, but we need to also provide a size box so that I can simply provide the space from the top, and will use a size box height 30. Now I can simply provide a margin. So we'll write edge insert dot only from the left 30.0 and from the right 30.0. 20 point, sorry, not margin. Yeah, so this is the main thing that I want to simply tell you, that I simply make a mistake by writing a margin over here, because a margin give a space outside the container and padding gives a space inside a container. So I can't write a margin outside. Where it is margin? Here is a margin. Yeah, so margin give a space outside the container, so I can't use a margin over here. I need to simply replace a margin with a padding so that I can simply provide a space from inside the container, right? I hope it is much clear between a difference of padding and a margin. Now here you can see that there is a line in the text field. Now I don't want this line in the text field, so I'll use a decoration, input decoration border, input border dot none. Yeah, now I can use a like icon over here. So to use the icon I will use a hint, not hint, why I'm telling it, prefix icon. I guess it is prefix icon. Icons dot search. Yeah, so here you can see the search. Now here I can simply show the hint text so that the user can simply know that by tapping to this text field I can simply search a username. So I will just write a search username over here. Yeah, here it is. Now I can simply provide a border radius to this text field. So I will move here and will simply write a border radius. Now we'll write border radius dot circular, and will simply pass a 10 over here. Now here on the text field I can simply search any of the username like Shivam123 or like any of the specific username. Yeah, now once we have shown the text field, now I can simply show all the chats that the user have done. So to show that chat I need to simply create a container and will pass a with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and here I need to simply pass a decoration, a box decoration color, and we'll write colors dot white, something like this. Now we need to pass a child, a row, a children. Now in the children, first I want to simply show the user image through whom they are chatting, right? So through whom they are chatting, they can simply see the image over here. So I will try to make a chat feature something like bigger social media apps like an Instagram or Facebook. So you can see the user image over here. So let me paste some random user image in the images folder. So here I am simply going to use a random image of an user that I have simply pasted in the images folder. So I will use image.asset and will write an images, and here I will simply write boy.jpg. Now here I need to simply pass the height. Let pass the height 50, width 50, and a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah. So here you can see the image. Now let's pass the space from the top. So again I will use a size box, height 20.0. Yeah. Now let's not increase the size of an image, or I think so let's increase it so that it will look good. I guess it is too much. Maybe we can do up to 70, I guess. Yeah. Now here I need to simply provide a border radius to the image. So we'll use a clip react widget and we'll write border radius dot circular, and we'll simply pass 30, or let's pass 60. Yeah. Now once we have shown the image, I can simply write a user name, like which username image has been shown over here. Now to handle this, I will simply use a column widget first, and in the column widget I will simply use a text widget. Now in the text widget I need to simply copy the text widget and will simply paste it over here. So for an example I will simply take some random username. Yeah. Now I need to change the color so that I can see the text. I need to decrease the font size, it is too much. Yeah, and let's make it W500 rather than bold, and let's do up to 18. I guess we can provide a size box with up to 10.0, and we can move the text something over here, not like at the top, but we'll see that. Now let's show the last chat that the user has sent to this user whose name is Shyam, for an example. Yeah. Now we need to copy this text widget here again, and we simply paste it over here, and we simply remove this text, and here I'm going to write like hello, how are you doing? Now I need to simply change the color so that it look like it is a past message that have been sent. So we'll decrease up to like this. Yeah, now we can use a cross so that I can bring the text over here, cross axis alignment dot start, something like this. Yeah, here it's okay. Now once we have done like showing the user image, his name, the last text Shivam has sent to Shyam for an example, and now I want to simply show the time at like which time that the user has sent the message to this user. Yeah, now to do that I need to simply do one thing. Let me show you what it is. We'll simply copy the text widget here again, and we'll simply paste it over here, and here I'm going to simply write 2, and we'll write PM, 2 p.m. Yeah, there is a problem, so let's solve this first. Yeah, so here you can see that I have simply removed this text like how are you doing, and I just keep like hello how are you, but I will simply handle the like if the long text had been has been sent by the user, then how to simply fit it over here. So when we'll simply add the backend, then I will show you how to simply the long text here. Yeah, now as I told you that we are just making a UI, that's why I'm trying to keep it simple. And now here you can see that I've used a cross axis alignment dot start to simply bring the time over here. Now once we have done all this thing, I need to simply bring this text in the center, so we'll use main axis alignment dot center to simply center this. For that I need to remove this, I guess. No, center will won't work over here because the reason is we have used a cross, and for the cross we have in the row we have used a column widget, and we have simply passed cross axis alignment dot start. So for that I need to use a size box, and for the size box I can simply pass 5.0, something like this. Now I can simply bring the text here on the center. Now I can move the time over here by using a spacer. Yeah, here it is. Now if you want you can simply change in a bold form like this. Now you can see the time over here. Now once you have done all this thing, I need to simply provide a border to this container so that the more user text just below this won't like get confused for the users to see. Yeah, so here I will simply wrap up the container with a material widget, and will provide the elevation 3.0. Yeah, now you can see the elevation, but we need to also provide a padding as in set dot all. Let's pass 5, I guess, or let's pass 10. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Now we can simply pass a border radius. So here I will pass a border radius dot circular, and will simply pass 10, and we'll copy this border radius here again, and we'll simply pass it over here. So here you can see the container, or you can see a first chat that we have simply shown in the UI. Now we can simply add some more text over here to show the UI, but rather than doing all this, now let's move and we'll simply create some more pages in our chat up app, which is a chat page. So in the chat page, we'll simply allow the user to have a direct chat with that specific user they want to. So we'll simply move to the pages folder, and we'll simply create a new file name which will be a chat page dot. And first I'm going to import the package by using material.dart, and we'll write a stateful widget name which will be a simply a chat page, something like this. Now here again we are going to write a scaffold, a body, container, child, and a column. Yeah, now once we have shown all this thing, first at the top in the chat page I want to simply show the username that I'm having a chat, right? So that the user can simply know like with whom they are having a chat. So to handle that case, I need to simply first I will pass a background color to my screen. So I will use the same color that we have passed in our home.dart file. And now here first I'm going to show the text like as I've told you and a back button. So we need to use a row widget, and the row widget will copy some of the text widget from here and will simply paste it over here, and in the text widget will write I will write my name for an example. And let me show you what all text I'm writing or code we are writing in the chat page. So we'll switch to the chat page now. Now here I need to bring the text up to here so that I can see the text clearly rather than behind the phone screen. So here I need to do one thing. I need to pass in margin edge inset dot only. From the top, let's pass 40.0, and let's do one thing. First I need to also show the icon over here. So we'll write icons dot arrow back new rounded. Yeah, now we need to simply pass the color, which will be a colors dot white. Now I need to also provide a padding to this row widget, so we'll wrap up with a padding widget and we'll write dot only from the left and we'll pass left 20.0. Yeah, now I need to bring the text something over here, I mean the center. So here I will use a size box with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and here we'll write divide by 3 I guess, or 4 or 4.5, yeah, something like this. I think so it is okay. Now we can simply show the name. If you want, you can increase a font size up to 26. Now when the user will tap to this back arrow, he need to move to the back to the home page. So to execute that, I need to simply wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will simply write navigator dot pop context. Yeah, now here I need to show the container over here something like this, so that we can show all the chats, and here a text field with an option. As I've told you, we are also going to use a voice note, option to send an image, option to send an emoji, and a option to send a text message, right? Now we need to write a container over here. Now to show the same rounded structure, I will copy the container that we have provided over here. So we'll copy the expanded widget and this thing, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now we can use brackets that we need, and we can use the bracket that we need, and we'll pass a size box height 30.0. Yeah, so here it is done. Now we can use a column widget in our container. Now that message that have been sent by me will be simply shown over here on the right side, and the message have been sent by a user with whom I am having a chat. The message will be seen over here. This will simply help the user to know like what all message they are getting from the other user, right? Now here I will simply use a row and a children. Now in the decoration, sorry, why I'm writing decoration? We need to write a container, and we need to write a decoration first, a box decoration, a color, and in the color we'll simply write colors dot blue. I guess blue will be okay. We can copy the text widget here again, and we'll pass in the child, and here I need to write a text, hey how are you. Yeah, so here you can see the text, but we don't need any padding here, and I will do some more thing here. What it will be, we need to provide a size box first with, let's pass, sorry, why I'm providing with height, sorry, not with height 50.0 for now. And we can provide a padding set dot all, let's pass 10. And here need to decrease a font size up to 20. Yeah, so here it is, and this is the text sent by the different user. And we need to provide some padding, like we need a padding over here, padding and then set dot only from the left, and let's pass 10.0. Now we need to provide a border radius. So for the border radius I need to simply write border radius. I have already provided border radius over here. We need to provide a border radius over here. Now the reason for passing a border radius to this container is because as it indicates that the message has been sent by the other user, so that's why I will simply show like the border from the top left, top right and bottom right, not from the bottom left. Yeah, so for that I need to simply write a border radius dot only from the top left will pass radius dot circular, and we can simply keep 30, and from the top right we can pass radius dot circular 30, and from the bottom right radius circular and 30. So here it is, and here you can see how we can see the message. And if you want you can give some more padding, it's up to your choice like how you want to show all this thing. Yeah, now once you have done this thing, now we need to also show the message that have been sent by me or that user. So to handle that I need to do one thing. I am going to show the message that have been sent by me as an user. So to show that message I need to simply use a row widget, and we need to simply push that container to the right side of the screen, something over here. And we need to also change the color of the text to indicate that the message has been sent by me, right? Now we need to copy this row widget here again, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now we need to simply change the color of this container to black, and let's keep the shade of an black up to 45, I guess. Now here we need to only provide a border radius from top left, top right, bottom left. So we don't need to provide a radius from bottom right. So I will change the bottom right to bottom left here, something like this. Now I need to push the container something over here. For that first I need to use a size box so that I can provide the height, and will simply provide the height 10.0. And here now I will use a main axis alignment dot end. Yeah, so we'll write main axis alignment dot end. And now I can also provide a margin so that it won't get stuck to the right side of the screen. So I will write margin edge inset dot only from the right 20.0. Yeah, something like this. Now here I will simply change a text, and here I will simply pass this. Yeah, so this is the reply that the user get from me. Yeah, now here I have shown the message that have been sent by the another user and the message sent by me. Now here we need to simply show the text field and all the options that will simply help me to chat with other user. So here first I'm going to create a container. In the container first I'm going to pass a child and a row and a children. Now in the row I need to use an icon. So first, as I have told you, we are going to use a audio recording too. So in this audio recording first I'm going to show an option of a mic. So to show that option I need to simply create a container first, and here I need to use a decoration, decoration, a box decoration, decoration, a box decoration. Now the color I'm going to use the same color that we have passed above. So we need to copy this color code and we'll simply pass this color code something over here. Yeah, Now here in the child, I need to simply pass an icon. So I will write child icon and we'll write icons dot mic, and let's pass the color to this mic, which will be simply colors dot white. Yeah, something like this. Now here you can see the thing that we have passed, but let me create first, then I will simply push the text field to the bottom of the screen. Yeah, so we'll use a size box height 20.0. Now we can also increase a size of a mic up to 30.0, I guess, and we can also provide a padding edge inset dot all, and let's pass up to 5. Yeah, now we can also provide a border radius, so we'll write border radius dot circular, and let's pass 60 so that I can provide a complete circular container over here. I think so 35 will be okay. Yeah, here it is. Now here I need to simply show the text field where the user can write a text that he want to send. Now to write a text field, I need to simply create a text field first. And in the text field, I need to simply wrap up with a container here again. And in the container, I need to simply pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now I'm going to pass a custom color code for the text field. Yeah, so this is the color code that I widely used on the text field. Now let me show the text field first, but you can see that we'll simply get an error while passing the text field over here. Yeah, so where it is, here it is. Here, as I've told you, that will simply get an error, which is a render box error. So the render box error will simply says that I don't have enough space to show all this thing in a row widget. So tell me how much space I should use to show a text field. So that's why we need to simply tell a text field to how much space he should use. So we can simply do that by using an expanded widget. So you can wrap up the container with an expanded widget, something like this. Now here you can see the text field. Now in the text field, first I need to simply pass a width. So we'll use a size box and we'll pass a size box width, and we'll pass size box width up to 20.0, something like this. Now here you can see that there is a line. Now you can simply remove this line by using decoration input decoration border input border dot none. Yeah, so now you can see that that line has been simply removed from this text field. Now here I can do one more thing, like first let me provide some more like border radius to this text field too. So here I will simply pass a border radius dot circular, and will simply pass up to 10. Yeah, now rather than providing a width, we'll simply provide up to 10, and here we can simply pass a hint text. So for the hint text, I will simply pass hint text over here, not over here, here hint text, and let's pass the hint text up to, like, we can write not search, sorry, why I'm writing a search. Let's write a message, yeah. So this is a hint that we can simply pass over here. We can simply pass a padding, so we'll write edge inset dot only from the left 10.0. Yeah, so here it is, and the user can simply write a message over here that he want to simply send. Yeah, so here it is done. Now once we have done all this thing, I want to simply show the send button over here, so that the user can simply click to this send button and can send a message. Now to handle this case, I need to simply create one more container. So why to write the thing again and again? So I will simply copy this container and will simply paste it over here, and will simply change the icon to an message, not a message. Let's pass send over here. Yeah, so this is the icon that I'm going to use. Let's decrease a size up to 30, and we can simply increase a padding up to 10. Yeah, I think so it is okay. Yeah, now we need to also provide a size box so that there will be enough space. We'll be providing 10.0, something like this, and we can also provide a space after this icon that we have passed. Yeah, so now you can see that the user can simply write a text and can send to the respective user. They can simply use a mic to simply record their audio and they can send. Now, as I've told you, in this series, I will also teach you how to simply send a image to that respective user. So we need to also provide an option to send an image, not image, yes, yeah, image. Now for that I need to use a prefix icon. Now the prefix icon, not a prefix icon, I think so it will be a suffix icon, because we need to provide at the end of this text field. Now I can write an icon and will write icons dot, and I think so that is attach file, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the icon that we can simply use to pick a image from our phone gallery and send to that respective user. Now let's bring all this thing at the bottom of the screen. So for now, as I am making just a UI in this part, but in our coming part, as I am going to connect a complete backend for this message app, then I will show you how to simply make this complete screen by using a stack widget, because we need to use a stack widget over here to show all this thing. Yeah. So here I need to simply move here and will simply use media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2, 1.8 or 1.5. 1.5 will be too much, 1.6 will be okay, I guess. Yeah, now I can simply write a message over here and can also send it. Yeah, so these are all the things that we have simply done to create our message app. I think so 1.6 is okay. Yeah, so we have simply made some of the screens for our chat app or chat up app to simply keep going and send a DM to that respective users. Yeah, so we have created an onboarding page where the user can simply sign in with Google, and we have created a home page where at the home page the user can simply search for the respective username they want to have a chat, and in the home screen they can see all the recent chats that they have done and a profile icon. So when they will tap to this profile icon, they will simply move to the profile page. I will show you how to simply create a profile page, and when the user will tap to the respective text, they will not a text, a container through which they have a chat, a user ID through which they have a chat, they will simply move to the chat page. So these were all the things that we have simply made for our chat up app. Yeah. Now first I'm going to connect our app with an Firebase for both iOS and Android. And I will also teach you how to simply upload a data to the Firestore database. So for that I need to simply create a project in a Firebase first. So let's move to the Firebase account, and here you can see that I have simply moved to my Firebase account, and here you can simply enter your project name. So I will simply write my project name, which is chat up, and here I will simply click on continue button, continue again. Now I will simply select a default account for Firebase and click on create project. So as you can see that Firebase is preparing our project, so wait for a few seconds until it is done. Yeah, so here it is done and our project is ready. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase, and here you can see that I can simply connect iOS, Android and web app with a Firebase. So first I will teach you how to connect a iOS app, then I will move to Android app. So first let's move to the iOS, and here you can see that we need a Apple bundle ID. So we need to go to the iOS and we'll simply open a Xcode from here, and we'll move to the runner, and in the signing and capabilities we need to copy this bundle identifier from here and we'll simply paste it over here. Now click on register app and download this Google service info.plist file from here, and we'll simply paste it in below the info. Yeah, so we need to simply remove an older file if we have, then we'll simply rename our file and we'll simply paste it below the info. Yeah, now click on finish and here it is done. Now click on next, 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 continue to console. Yeah, so we here you can see that I have simply added an iOS app. Now let's move with an Android app. So in the Android app, we need a Android package name. Now to get an Android package name, let's close this Xcode first and this one too. Now move to the Android app build.gradle. Now copy this package which is com example.chat app, and here we'll simply paste this. Now click on register app and download google-services.json file from here, and we'll simply get a file. Now we'll also remove the older file if we have, and we'll simply rename the file something like this, and we'll need to simply paste it on the Android app folder. Yeah, now click on next, and we need to copy this id and move to the Android build.gradle file, and we need to simply paste it in the class path, and we'll simply paste that link over here, not a link, you can say as a package, and we need to simply change some of the lines in the class path something like this. Yeah, so here it is done, and this is how we can simply add this class path in our dependencies section. Yeah, now after this we'll simply move to the plugin, and we need to copy this plugin, and we need to simply paste in Android app build.gradle file something over where, here in apply plugin section, and we'll simply paste it over here. Yeah, something like this. Now we need to copy these two implementations that we simply need to implement a Firebase in our Android app. Now here, once we have done all this thing, click on next, continue to console. Yeah, so here you can see that we have successfully added a iOS and Android app here. Now let's move, and we are going to add some of the packages from the pubdev, because that packages will simply help us to connect a Firebase with our Flutter app, right? So let's move to the pubdev, and here you can see that we need to add some of the packages from the pubdev. So I will simply copy some of the packages, like we'll copy like Cloud Firestore, which will be the first package, and this package will simply help us to upload the data to the Firestore database. So move to the installing, copy the package from here, and we need to simply paste it in the perspec.ml file something like over here. Now let's move to our second package, which is Firebase core. Now Firebase core package will help us to simply connect our Flutter app with a Firebase to get all the core features in our app. Yeah, so that's why this package is been used, and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. So now let's add our third package, will be a Firebase storage. Now the Firebase storage will simply help us to handle a storage that Firebase provides by using a Firebase storage package. Now we need to copy this package, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now let's move to our fourth package, which is Cloud Firestore. I think so Cloud Firestore is done. Yeah, now we need to add image picker. Now the image picker will help us to simply pick a data from our phone gallery, and we can simply use that image to upload in a Firebase storage. Yeah, so our fourth package is image picker. Now our fifth package, I think so we need a random string. I will tell you the use of random string, like where we are going to use a random string. Like if you have followed my old series, then you already know the use of random string, but if not, then I will simply tell you how to use a random string in a Firebase, right? Now copy this package, and we'll simply paste it over here. Now remove all these package versions from the package you have added, because this will simply help you to, like if you are using a old version of Flutter, then this packages will take the version accordingly and help you to simply add the features in the app, right? Now let's move to the leaf folder, and in the pages onboarding.dart, and here first thing I'm going to add is a Google authentication. Now to add a Google authentication, we need to move to the Firebase first. But before moving to the Firebase, I need to add a two lines in our main.dart file to simply enable a Firebase in our app. So let's move to the main.dart file, and here we need to simply write async widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized, and we need to write await firebase firebase dot initialize app. So these are the two important lines. Please do not forget to add these two lines over in the void main function, because then you can't simply add a Firebase in your app, right? Now let's move to the home.dart here back again. Sorry, not home.dart. We'll move to the onboarding.dart file, and here in the onboarding.dart file, I will simply add a sign in with Google authentication, which is a Google authentication. So for that, we need to enable the Google authentication from a Firebase. So let's move to the Firebase first, and we'll simply move to the authentication, and in the authentication, let's first click on get started button. Now move to the Google authentication and click on enable button. Use any default email account and click on save. So this will simply enable a Google authentication in your app. Now here comes one main thing. So as you can see that when you simply enable a Google authentication from a Firebase, then you need to do some of the changes in both iOS and Android. So for the iOS, you need to simply download Google Service info.plist again, because there will be some changes on this file, and that changes is very necessary to be add on the Xcode. So let's move to the Xcode first. But before that, if you have the old file, then you simply remove that and rename the file here again. Something like this. Now we'll simply minimize this, and we'll simply open a Xcode from here, because we need to add this new file in the Xcode again. Yeah, so here you can see that we have simply open a Xcode. Now let's move, and we'll simply shift the file, but before that, remove the older file that you have. So I will simply delete this file from here, and we'll move to trash, and now I am going to simply get that file. So where that file is, yeah, here it is. So I will simply paste it over here below the info again, and click on finish, and here it is done. So once you have done all this thing, now let's move to the Google Service info file, and here you can see a reverse client ID. Now you need to copy this reverse client ID from here, then move to the runner, signing and capabilities. Not, we need to go to the info, and in the info you will see the URL types. Move to the URL types, click on this plus button, and simply paste that link over in the URL schemes. Now iOS are simply ready to handle a Google authentication. But now let's move for the Android. So for the Android, you can see that it simply says that you need to add SHA1 fingerprint. Now there is a link, a two different link I will say for the Windows and the iOS. So I will simply show you the two links that you can simply run in the terminal file, and through the terminal you can simply get a SHA1 fingerprint, and that fingerprint you can simply add in the project overview. You will go, so here you can see the Android. Now here you will go down, and here you can see that it simply says that add fingerprint. Now click on this button, and you can simply paste the SHA1 fingerprint over here. Now I will not show you what SHA1 fingerprint I have, because I will also recommend you that do not share this fingerprint with anyone, because as it name says fingerprint, so it is a very unique ID, and the hackers, or you can say anyone, can simply get the access of your device. So do not share SHA1 fingerprint with anyone. So that's is a unique fingerprint. So that's why I won't show you how to simply get a SHA1 fingerprint. I will show you the link from which command you can simply get that SHA1 fingerprint, right? So when you will move to a Stack Overflow website, so here you can see that it simply explain how to get a SHA1 fingerprint by using the this command. So you can simply use this command and can get a SHA1 fingerprint. Now I will recommend you to use a Stack Overflow website because this is a best website to simply found any errors if you are getting while developing an app or anything related to a Flutter, right? Now let's close this and now let's move back to the app, move, and we'll simply add a complete backend for our Google authentication. So for that, I will simply move to the Leaf folder and will simply create a new folder named services, and inside the services folder, I will simply create a new file which will be auth.dart. Yeah. Now on this file, first I am going to simply write a class name which is auth methods, and in the auth methods, I will do one thing. I will simply write final, and here I will use a Firebase authentication. Now the Firebase authentication, we haven't, I think so, added a Firebase auth package to enable authentication in our Flutter app. So let's move to the pub dev back again because we need to add a Firebase authentication from there. So we here simply search Firebase auth, yeah, and we need to copy this package and we'll simply paste it over here. Where? Over here in the perspec.ml file. Now remove this version from here to simply run this package. Now once you have done all this thing, here I am going to simply write Firebase auth, and we'll write auth is equals to Firebase auth dot instance. Yeah. So this is how we can simply add a authentication. This is just a command to simply add a authentication in this auth method class. And now I am going to simply use a function name which is get current user. Now the get current user function is very helpful because it will simply check that if the specific user have authenticate in the app or not. So that's why we need this function which is get current user, and we'll write auth dot current user. Yep. Now once you have simply wrote this function, now come our main thing, which is a function to write whose name will be sign in with Google, and this function we are simply going to call in our button so that we can simply enable a Google authentication in our app. Now I am going to simply copy the sign in with Google code and will simply paste it over here, and I will show you what all things we are going to upload to the Firebase database. I will just try to copy the code for the Google authentication because as I have told you many times, like you don't need to simply remind that code, and I have used a Google authentication many times in my series before. Simply paste a code for sign in with Google as you can see here. Now here you can see that there is a red underline because we have didn't added Google sign in package. So let's move to the pub dev and we'll simply add one more package which is Google sign in. So you can simply also write, I think so it will be a sign in with Google. No, it will be a Google signing. So this is the package that we are going to use. Now copy this package again here and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. Now simply run this file here again. Now here it is done. Now let's call this here, and here it is gone, and call this too. Yeah, so this is a code we have simply written for a Google authentication. Now let's move, and here I am going to simply write a data that we want to simply upload to the Firestore database. Now here I will use a map to simply upload a data which is a string dynamic, and you already know the use of map, like how and like what is map and how we can simply use a map. If not, I will again suggest you to simply follow a Flutter beginners course that I have simply made for you all. Yeah. Now here I've written a map and will write a map name which is user info map. Yeah. Now after this, I need to simply pass a name which will be a my name, and I will simply write a name like this, like user details dot, and will pass a display name, something like this. Now we can use a exclamation mark, or you can say a null check over here. And next I need to get a user email, so we'll write user details dot, and we'll write an email to simply get a email, user details dot email, something like this. Now next I need to get a user image, so we'll write user details again dot, and we'll write photo URL to get his image. Now I need to also upload a ID, because as I'm going to provide a unique ID to each user, so that I can simply track a user in the Firestore and can send the message to that respective user. So we are going to provide a unique ID to the each user to send the respective message to that user. For an example, if Shyam want to send a message to Divya, if we didn't keep a unique ID over here, so we can't track the user. Now if the Shyam want to send a message to Divya, and for an example, if we don't keep a unique ID, then the app will simply get confused, and the message that have been sent by a Shyam to Divya will be sent to a Shruti. So that will be a big problem for us, Shyam. So we don't want our users who are using the app to be in a problem. So let's make the app by providing the unique ID to the each user, right? So we'll write user details dot UID, and this will simply provide a unique ID to the respective user. Now once we have written all this thing, now this is not fixed. When we'll move forward in the app, we are going to add some more things over here, like we need to also add a username and all, but don't need to worry. For now I am keeping this as it is, but later as we move to this series, then I will show you what all things we are going to upload over here. Now let's move, and we'll simply create a function to upload a data to the Firestore database. Now here I will move to the services folder and will simply create a new file name which will be a database.dart. Now in this database.dart file, first I'm going to write a class name which is a database methods. Yeah. Now in this database methods, I'm going to first write a future, and here I'm going to simply pass my function name which is add user. Yeah. And here first I'm going to pass a map, a string dynamic, and we'll simply keep user info map, which is our map name, and we are also going to provide the ID which is a unique ID that I have shown you now. And here we'll simply write return await Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and will simply pass the collection name which will be the users, will pass a specific doc ID which is ID, and will use a set method, and in the set method will simply pass user info map. So this is how we can simply upload a data to the Firestore database. Now let's call this function in odd.dart, and here I will simply write await database methods dot add user, and we'll write user info map, and to pass the unique ID I will simply use user details dot UID. Yeah, something like this. Now we'll use dot then. Now once the data has been successfully uploaded to the Firestore, then we need to simply show the toast message that will simply indicate the user that they have registered successfully, right? So to show that toast message, we are going to use a scaffold messenger. So we'll write a scaffold messenger dot of context dot, and we'll write a show snack bar, and we are going to simply show the snack bar below. So we'll use a snack bar over here, and in the snack bar we need to write a content. For the content, we'll use a text widget, and in the text widget, I will simply pass a text which will be registered. I hope that spelling is correct. Registered successfully. So I will write successfully. Yeah. So this is the text we are simply going to show. Now here, first I need to simply pass a style so that I can pass a text style to my text that I've used. So let's pass color, which will be simply colors.black. Font size, let's increase the font size up to 22.0, and font weight will be simply a bold. So that's why I'm using a style over here, something like this. Now here I can use a background color also. So we'll use background color, and as this is a green signal, I think so if you have followed my old series, then you also know that the reason why I'm saying green signal and a red signal. So it is a positive sign. So that's why green signal, and that's why I'm using colors dot green over here. Yeah. So we have written all the thing that we need to simply execute our authentication with the help of Google. Now let's move to the onboarding.dart file back here again. And in the container where we have root, we'll simply first wrap up with a gesture detector. And in the onTap method, I will simply first write my class name, which is auth methods dot, and we'll write our function name, which is sign in with Google. Yeah. So this is just a single line thing, and by using a different class, we have used a Google authentication. So this is also a state management, but I keep on saying that what is this state management you have used, etc. So this is also a state management by using a class widget. So by using the class, you can also manage a state of Google authentication, and you can see that by just passing a one line over here, I can simply add a Google authentication. So this is also a state management, right? Now let's test all the things that I have simply written over here. So I need to simply run the app first, and then I will show you how the Google authentication going to work in my emulator. I have rerun the app successfully. Now before I will test a Google authentication, as you know that we are going to upload a data to the Firestore database, so we need to simply enable a Firestore database from Firebase. So let's move to the Firebase first, and here we'll simply move to the Firestore database, and in the Firestore database I will simply, so it's loading, so wait for a few seconds. Yeah, so now click on create database button and click on next. Click on create button, and it will simply Cloud Firestore will set up your security rules, and in the rules we need to simply change from false to true. Yeah, so move to the rules, and we'll simply change from now false to true, and here we'll change false to true, and we'll click on publish button. Yeah, so do not forget to change these security rules from here, otherwise it will simply, you can't upload the data to the Firestore database. Now once you have done all this thing, let's move to the our auth.dart file. Now I'm telling auth.dart file because as I've told you that we are going to make some of the changes in the user info map. So let me do that changes over here. Otherwise, we need to simply again use authentication and all the things that will simply complex all the process. Yeah. So here first I want to simply show the username. Now what is an username in this chat app? So in this username, like we are going to provide a unique username to the each user. Now the reason behind this, so as you know that if you have used Instagram, I know that almost all of them have used a Instagram or they have an Instagram ID. Every user have their own unique username, and when we search that unique username in the search bar, we get that specific user ID. So that same feature I'm going to implement on this chat app. So let's create a unique username for the each user. So for that I need to simply create here a string which will be the username, and we are going to simply get a username. So for an example, if my email ID is shivam22ckp@gmail.com, so I will simply remove @gmail.com from there, and shivam22ckp will be my like a unique username. Yeah, so this is how the unique username works. So I will write string username is equals to, and here I will simply write like user details dot uid, and in the uid, not sorry uid, in a mail I need to use users details dot email over here, and will simply replace. So we need to use a replace all function, and here the replace all function will simply tell what to replace and through which to replace. Yeah, so this is how the replace all function work. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. So it simply says that pass a null check over here. Now we need to simply write that I need to make @gmail.com to space, and we need to just replace it with a space. Now we'll simply get a unique username over here. So this is how our unique username going to work. Now here I will write a username and will simply pass that username. Yeah, so we'll write a username and will simply pass that username. I will simply change my username to uppercase. Now you will ask that why. So I will tell you the reason why we have simply do that. Yeah, now we need to pass a search key. A search key will now help us to simply get a first letter of the our username. Now I am using the search key is because this search key will simply help us to search a specific username in a search bar. Now if you have followed my some of the old series like event booking app, food delivery apps, or I think so recipe app, in most of the app we have used a search bar, and you already know that if you have followed the use of search key. But if not, then I'm simply going to tell you later. Yeah, so now I'm going to get my first letter, so I will simply write a string first letter is equals to, and here first I'm going to get a username dot substring, sorry, a substring. Now the substring will simply give me the string from how much I need to cut that string. So I will start from 0 because I need just first letter of that string, and I just need a first letter from, so I will write 0 to 1, and I need on uppercase, so we'll write dot to uppercase. Yeah, now we need to simply pass that first letter over here, something like this. So this is how we can pass a username and a search key, and these are the two most important things that we need. Now here comes one more thing that we need to add is a shared preference. Now shared preference is something that will simply help us to save the data locally. Yeah, now here in locally we are going to save a name, email, the user picture, his username, so that we can use that thing again and again rather than calling our details from a server. Yeah, so let's move to the perf dev because we need to copy a package name shared pref, shared preference, you can say that. Yeah, so we'll move to the perf dev, and here I will simply write shared preference, shared preference. I hope that spelling will be correct. CE will be, yeah. So here you can see the shared preferences package. Now move to the installing and copy this package, and we'll simply paste it in the perspec.ml file. Now here we need to simply create one file in the shared services folder, which is shared pref, and here I'm going to save the all the commands through which I can handle a shared preference. Now I won't take lots of time by showing you all the code for the shared preference, because I use a shared preference in all of my series. So you already know that how to use a shared preference, so I won't write a complete code for that. Yeah, so let me write the code. So here I have created a class name which is shared preference helper, and in this class I am going to save all the data regarding a shared preference, right? You can see that I have written a complete code for the shared preference. Now here I am telling that if you want to simply pause a video and write a code, you can do that. But if you want to simply get a code, I will simply provide a code link in the description box, so you can simply get a code from there. Now here I have simply tried to save a user ID, his name, email, image, and his username. So these are the some data that I will simply save them locally. Now we'll simply call all the thing over here so that I can simply save them all. So I will simply write await shared preference helper dot save, and first I'm going to simply save the user display name. So we'll use user details dot name, display name. Yeah, so this how we can simply save the user display name, or you can say a real name. Now once we have saved the username, we need to simply save his image and all the things that I've simply tell you now. So we'll simply save his email. So let me write all the code regarding that. Yeah, so I have written all the code where we can simply save our data locally. Now we can simply test our app, but before testing the app, I will recommend you to please close the emulator and all, and simply rerun the app, complete app again, because we have added some of the packages just now. So it will simply help you to, not me to, help you to save all the data locally and in the Firestore database. Yeah, on successfully. Now we can simply test a Google authentication. So here I will simply press to this sign in with Google button, and here click on continue button, and now I'll simply choose my one of my Google account to simply sign up in the app. Now you can see the message register successfully, and we have successfully registered in the app. So let's move to the Firebase and we'll simply check what all data has been uploaded to the Firestore database. And here we'll simply refresh this page. And you can see a user's collection with a specific document ID, the email that I have used to simply sign up, the unique ID of an user, the image, yeah, the name, you can see my name, the search key, as I've told you, telling you that we'll simply get a first letter which is S, and the username. So this is a simply a username. So if anyone want to have a chat with me, they can simply search this username and can have a direct chat with me. Yeah, so this were all the main things. Now once we have registered successfully, I want to simply push the user to the home page. Now to do that, I need to simply use a navigator function to simply push the user, and we'll use navigator dot push material page route context, and here I will push the user to the home page. Here back again. Yeah, you can use a push replacement rather than a push. So you can simply bring a home page in place of onboarding page, and now the user can't go back to the app. Yeah, so that's why you can use a push replacement rather than a push. So these are the thing we need to simply add a Google authentication in the app. So if you haven't hit that like button till now, then what you are waiting for? So hit that like button and show your support. And as I'm noticing that while 80% of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet, so show your support by hitting that subscribe button and let's be a part of this awesome Flutter family. So show your support. I know that you have definitely hit that subscribe button. Now let's move, add all the things that we need to simply have a direct chat with any of the users. I have shown you how to save a data locally. Now I will simply use that data that we have simply saved in a shared preference. So for that I need to simply create a string over here, and in the from the shared preference I will simply get the username, the profile pic, his display name and his email. Yeah. So first I'm going to create a backend for our chat page. Like I will simply show you how one user can simply send a message to the another user. So to handle that case, I need to simply get my all the data from the shared preference that we have simply saved the data locally. Now here I'm going to write a string, and now I'm going to write my username. Now here I'm going to write my name and my email. Yeah. So once you have written all this thing, my username, my name, my email, now let's call all the thing from the shared preference. Now I'll simply show you how to get all the data from the shared preference. So here I'll simply create a one function name which will be get the shared pref. Yeah. Now one by one we are simply going to get a data that we have saved in our system, or you can say in the app locally. So here I will use my username to first get my username is equals to, and here I will write await shared preference helper dot get display name, and I will do same for my name, sorry, not display name. I need to get a username, so I will simply call dot get username rather than a display name, because we are simply saving that in a my username string. Yeah. Now I'll simply use my name, and now I'm going to call all the things that we simply need over here. And we need also a profile pic of my, so I will write profile. Rather than profile we can just write like a picture, and we can simply write like my picture, and we can just write my picture over here, and we can simply get it from the shared preference. So we'll again use a shared preference helper dot get my picture, which is get user image. Yeah. So we have called all the things that we need to simply get over here, and we'll simply use a set state. Now in the init state I will simply call the get the shared pref. So as you know that when the app simply launch, init state is the first function that simply call. Yeah. So that's why I've simply passed get the shared pref over here, something like this. Yeah. So once you have done all this thing, now let's move forward. And here I'm going to simply create one unique ID. Now you will tell that you have simply created a unique ID before for each user, right? But I want to simply provide a unique chat room ID. Now, what is a chat room ID? So, for an example, if there is a conversation that's simply going between a Shyam and Shivam, yeah, so there is some space they need like a chat room where they can simply have a private chats, yeah, between a Shyam and a Shivam, and that chat can't be seen by any of the users. So that will be a specific chat room ID that I'm going to provide. So this will help, like when the Shyam want to simply talk to Shivam, they will simply use that chat room ID to go to that chat room and can send the message to Shivam. Yeah, so this is how we need to simply create a unique chat room ID for the each users who are simply talking one to one. Yeah, so here I need to write get chat room, and here I will simply use ID by user name. Yeah, now here I'm going to pass a string A and B, and in this string A and B I'm going to simply pass my username and the username through which I am talking, the username, you can say that. Yeah, now once we have done all this thing, we need to write if a dot substring will start from 0 to 1. So this is how I will simply create a unique chat room ID. So this is a process to create that. Yeah, now we'll write code unit at index and will simply pass 0 is greater than b dot substring, and will pass from 0 to 1 is dot code unit at 0, sorry 0 not o, and will simply return like dollar sign $b, some symbol like this, and again a dollar sign to get a value. So this is how we can simply create a chat room by using a two username of an user. So I will show you how this chat room ID will look alike. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, so here I have simply wrote a function which is get chat room ID by user name. Now I need to simply get all the chat room ID here, so I will write chat room ID. So for that I need to simply create a string which will be a chat room ID, something like this, and here I will write chat room ID is equals to get chat room ID by username, and as I've told you I will simply pass my username and the username whom from which user I'm talking. So for my username I will simply pass my username. Now the user through which I'm having a chat will simply get it from a string, like when the user will tap all the chats that they can see on the home page, like they simply, like I'm Shivam and I simply tap to the chat like I had with Shyam. Now when I'll tap to Shyam, then I will simply move to the chat page and I need to simply get a Shyam username, right? Now first I need to simply get his name, his profile URL, and you can say we need to also get his username. Yeah, now we need to write a chat page and let's call all this thing one by one, which is name, his profile URL, and his username, something like this. And let's call all this thing. Yeah, so once you have passed this, now we can simply pass the username like as I've told you, and we'll simply write widget.username, something like this. Now once we have get a chat room ID, like a unique chat room ID, now we simply move to the chat page, and once we have moved to the chat page, I want to simply execute a function so that I can have a direct chat, right? Now here you can see that we have added a text field to send a message to that user, right? Now in the text field, to handle a text, we simply enter here we need a text editing controller. So text editing controller will simply add over here, which will be a message controller is equals to new text editing controller, something like this, and we can simply call a message controller over here. So I'll simply write a controller and a message controller. Yeah, now once we handle a text that the user enter on the text field, now we need to simply send this message to the other user that I'm having a chat. So for that, we need to simply create one function name which is add message. So here I will write a function name which will be add message, and in this message I first need to pass a bool and will pass send clicked, and here we'll need to simply pass if message controller dot text is not equals to space. I mean that the text that the user going to enter on the text field. Now let me show what text field I'm talking about. So let's call this and let's pass this space, and when we'll add a backend I will show you what all thing will simply pass over here. I just want to show the text field so that you can simply get clear like what I'm talking about. Yeah. So save all the pages first and let's call the chat page over here. So we'll simply hot restart, and this is a text field I'm talking about. So like when the user will simply enter the text over here, and if this text field is not empty, then we are going to execute a add message function. Now add message function will be called when the user will click to this send button. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now we need to simply write a string, and first I need to simply get a message which will be a message controller dot text. Yeah, and we'll simply, once we send the message, I need to simply like clear this text field so that the user can get a chance to send a next message. So here I will use message controller dot text and will simply blank that text field, something like this. Now here I'm going to simply use one more thing which is a date time. Now as you know that we have also shown the time when the user is sending their last message over in the home page. So that's why I'm going to use a date time and will simply write date time dot now, something like this. Now we'll need to pass a string, a formatted date is equals to date format, something like this. For date format we need to use an intl package over here. So I will just move to the perspec.ml and will simply write intl and will simply call this package. So this will help us to handle all the things regarding a date format that we need. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now let's move to the chat page here again, and here I'm going to simply write a date format, something like this. Now here I need to simply get a date format in hour and a minute form. So I'll simply use dot something like this and will pass dot format now. Yeah. Now here I'm going to pass a map so that I can simply upload a data to the files to database, string dynamic, and will write message info map. Yeah, and this is a message, and here I'm going to simply pass the message that we get, and here we need to simply track like who has sent this message. So if this message has been sent by me, then here I'm going to pass sent by, and here I will simply use my username because I'm clicking this button to execute this add message function. So yes, this message has been sent by me, so I'm using my username over here. Yeah, now here I'm going to use a timestamp so that we can simply track like which is the first message, like first message over here and the other message at the top. I know you have used WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, so you know how the chatting works. Like a newer message simply comes at the bottom with a older message at the top. Yeah, so to track that I need to use a timestamp, and here I'm going to use a time again, and in the time I need to simply just write field value dot server timestamp, something like this. Now I need to also pass image URL, which will be the image and here I'm going to simply pass my profile picture, which is my picture, something like this. So once you have done all this thing, here comes one more thing, which is passing a unique ID to the each message that we are sending. Yeah, so for that I need to simply create one string which will be a message ID. Yeah, something like this. And here I will simply write a message ID is equals to random alpha numeric 10, and I will simply pass a unique string to this message ID. And now I am going to simply call one function which is add message, but before that we need to simply write one function name in database.dart file which will be future, and here I will write add message, and here I'm going to simply pass first a unique chatroom ID where I'm going to send this message. So you will think that how I have written all the add message and what is update last message send function has been written over here. Sorry for that, because I was simply recording a video but I don't know how this recording stops. I am facing this problem though I'm using a Mac, but the Apple products sometime won't work as the thing demand, but I will fix that, no worries about that. So here you can see that in the add message function I have simply written like a chat room ID, and we have also passed a message ID which is a unique message ID that I have shown you, and a map. So here you can see that in the collection I have passed a chat rooms. Now in the chat rooms collection we are going to simply show all the chat rooms where the users are going to have a chat, like a Shyam and Shivam will going to have a chat that will be saved in the chat room collection, and they will have a unique chat room ID. And in the collection chats we are going to show all the chats that these two users are going to have, right? So this is how we can simply track like all the message that have been done in a specific chat room ID. Now the reason for providing a unique chat room ID to the each chat room is because, for an example, if like Shyam and Shivam having some conversation between them which is like a private and they don't want to share with anyone, like they are two main employees of any company, then we need to simply keep that message private by using a specific chat room ID. Now I don't want that the Shyam should send a message to Shivam, and if we won't keep a unique chat room ID for the each chat room, then that message will be sent to someone else. So that will not make a sense, like when the two users are having a chat. But now think about a same situation if someone is on relationship and our two partner are having a private chat, and if the message has been sent to someone else, then that will simply create a problem to both of that partners. So that's why I need to use a unique chat room ID, and this is one of the most important thing when you are using making a chat app from the scratch. Yeah, so make sure you provide a unique chat room ID to the each chat room where the two users having a chat. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now let's move to the chat page, and here I will show you I have simply do one thing, like I've used database methods to call a add message function, and once the data or message has been uploaded to the Firestore database, then I have simply used like last message info map. We again created one map because as you can see that we need to keep a track of the last message that have been sent on the specific chat room. Now you will think that why to keep a last message track in the chat room. As you know that in the home page we have shown the name and the last message that has been sent here on that chat room. Now to keep the track of the last message that have been sent on that chat room, we need to use a last message info map over here. Yeah, now here when we'll move to database.dart file, I've created one function which is update last message send, and in the collection chat room we keep on tracking like what was the last message. So that's why you can see that I have used this dot update function. So for an example, if the message has been sent like hey how are you, then this will simply hold a message like this was the last message that has been sent on this chat room. Now the user gave a reply like I am fine. Yeah, so now we need to simply update the last message that have been sent on that chat room. So that's why we have simply used dot update function. So don't need to worry, I will show you how this all the things going to work in the Firestore database. Now let's move to our chat page, and here we need to just write a await. Here again we need to write like database methods dot update last message sent that I've shown you, and we need to again pass a chat room ID and the last message that have been sent. Now once the send is clicked, like if this is clicked, then we need to simply, as I told you, that blank this text field so that the user can get a chance to send a next message. Yeah, so that's why we need to make our message to null, something like this. Rather than null you can use a space. I guess a space will be much better rather than using a null over here. So we have wrote a complete add message function. Now I will show you how the tracking will be going to work and what is a unique chat room ID. Yeah, so here I have added one of the user whose name is Ayush in our Firestore database. So let me show you what all things I have added in the Firestore database. So here you can see that in the user section, I have simply added one random user with his user email and ID, his image, his name Ayush Sharma, a search key and his username. So this is the username, like a unique username that the Ayush has, through which I can have a direct chat. So this is my ID, that Shivam21, and this is the Ayush ID through which I can have a chat. Now here in the chat up app, we have also added a search option like a execution for our search bar, because as I have already added a search bar many times before on my series, so I don't want to make this video length very long by telling you to all the process for the search bar. I will cover all the things, but the search bar I have like teach more than 10 times before. So here you can see that I have simply added, I will just tell you like what all things I have added for the search bar. So here you can see that I have added one function name initiate search that will be simply called when the user will start typing on this text field. And as you can see that in the text field, I have simply wrote one controller, a search controller that will simply handle a text that the user enter on the text field, and in the onChanged method I have simply called a initiate search function and I have simply changed the value to uppercase. Now here you can see that I have passed onChange function. So the onChange function will simply do that. So for an example, if I will start typing on this text field, the onChange function will simply get called in the text field and the initiate search function will going to work. Now initiate search function will simply search the user by using the search key that we have passed. So that's why I have passed a search key over here. So this is the advanced searching that I'm going to use in the chat app, because this will help you to simply make your app more user friendly. Like when I will start like A, then it will show me all the users name that start with A, like Ayush, or let's keep like Anamika. So all the users whose name starts with A. You have seen this same feature in an Instagram. So we are using that exact feature in our chat up app. Yeah. So this is a search key that going to work, and here in the home page you can see that I have passed a element username. So I need to get a username. I will show you how this search function will work over here. And here in the search you can see that if the search is true, like if I'm searching any of the username and search becomes true, then it will show me all the list name that starts with that letter, right? So this is how the search function going to work. Now let me show you the example. So here you can see that, let me call the Ayush 356 username here in the app. So I will simply write AY, and you can see that it shows me the username that starts with AY. So in our backend, there is one username whose name is Ayush Sharma. So here you can see Ayush Sharma and his username Ayush356. So here it simply shows the username and his image. So these are all the things that we can simply do through the search bar, and I have added this search bar. And if you want to get a code, as I have told you, I have simply paste a link in the description box. You can get it from there. Now let's move, and here where we have shown this card. So this is a card that I'm talking about, a container thing. You can see now, once this container have been shown, now when the user will tap to this container, they will directly move to the username, right? No, sorry, not username, to a chat page where they can have a direct chat with Ayush. So Shivam and Ayush can have a direct chat. Now to execute that, now I'm going to show how to write that thing. So first I will do one thing, like I need to make a search to false, and because once we move to the chat page, then we don't need a search feature, so we'll simply tell to search to become false. Yeah, now here we need to simply create a unique chat room ID that I've told you. So their chat room ID will be created between Ayush and Shivam, because I've searched a Ayush username over here. Yeah. So to execute that, I need to simply get a chat room ID by username function that we have simply wrote in a chat page. So I'll simply copy this function from here and will simply paste in the home page, something like this. Yeah. Now once we have simply paste this function, now I need to write a var, and here I will use a chat room ID to get my unique ID first. Then I will move to the chat room. So first I will get my ID, like I will ask the app what is my unique chat room ID, give me, so that I can have a private chat with Ayush. Yeah. So I will write my username. So I'll first pass my username. Now we need to get a username from shared preference. So I think so we need to copy all this thing from here. Not all this thing we need exactly, but oh, I have already pasted this. So why I paste it again? Sorry for that. I'll simply paste it over here. We don't need message controller, so we'll remove this. I need some strings, so I'll copy this strings. I think so from here will be okay. We'll paste it over here. We'll call the shared preference. Now we don't need this, so I'll remove this from here. Maybe later, I don't know now if we need. And here I will simply pass my username, which is my username. Now once I have passed my username, I need to pass like the Ayush username through which I'm going to have a chat. Yeah, so I will write Ayush username. So through the data, I will simply call this text field, which is a username, and that username will be simply passed over here. Yeah, so through the data function, we are going to do that, right? Now here, I'm going to simply create a map, a string, a dynamic. Now here a chat info map, something like this, and here, so in the chat info map, we are going to show what all users are going to have a chat in this chat room. So the chat room will be for me and Ayush. So here I will write my username first. So and the username through which I'm going to have a chat. So that's why I will simply write other user name, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. Now once we have done all this thing, we need to simply create a chat room. Now to create a chat room, I need to simply write a function name which will be a create chat room. Yeah, So to write this function, I need to move to the database.dart file, and here I need to simply write one function name, which is create chat room. Yeah, and now I need to simply pass a string, a chat room ID first. So I will write chat room ID, and here I am going to pass a map string dynamic again. So I will write string dynamic and a chat room info map, something like this. Yeah, a sync, and a final, I will write final snapshot is equals to. Now you will think that why I've written a snapshot. Now the snapshot is something that will simply help us to read each document that have been stored in the specific collection. So that's why I've used a snapshot, and we'll write await, and we'll write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I am going to pass a collection name which is chat rooms, and in the doc I am going to pass a unique username which is a chat room ID. Username, I mean to say a unique chat room ID, and through the get we are going to simply get the ID first. Then once we have get this, like, this snapshot will simply check that if the specific, like for an example, if I search Ayush here, yeah, now if I have like already haven't chat with Ayush before, now I want that I need to simply go to that specific chat room to have a chat between Ayush and Shivam, like we have a previous chat before. Now I don't want to simply create a new chat room. So like Ayush and Shivam has haven't chat 2 days back. Now I again search Ayush in this app over here, and I'm clicking to this ID. Now I want to simply move to the same chat room. I have a direct chat with Ayush before, like 2 days back. Then I want that I need to simply move to the new chat room ID. So this will simply keep a track, like we need to send the user to that chat room ID that they haven't chat before. So it will check that if they haven't chat before or not. So that's why now I'm going to simply use a if condition, and will simply check that if snapshot exists, like if that chat room exists, like if Ayush and Shivam haven't chat before or not. So if they haven't chat before, then we'll simply pass return true, yes they haven't chat before, I don't need to create a chat room. So create chat room function will not execute over here, and it will not create a new chat room. I hope it is much clear. Now if they haven't have a chat before, then we are going to simply pass return, and in the return I'm going to simply create a new chat room for them. I hope that, because I'm trying my best to explain you all, so this is how I can be, how vocally I can explain you, and I hope that you can understand all this thing. Now if you have any doubt or anything, you can simply comment me in the comment box, and if you want to show your support, hit that like button, because for this work you can hit that like button and be a subscriber of this channel by hitting the subscribe button and be a part of this awesome Flutter family. So we'll write doc, and here I will simply pass that chat room ID dot set, and here I am going to simply pass a chat room info map, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. Now we can simply call this over here. So I will write await here again. So for that, yeah, we already passed an async. So we'll write database methods dot. Why I'm facing a problem, because I have wrote inside a bracket. I need to write outside a bracket, something like this. Yeah, now we need to simply write dot create chat room, and we already passed a chat room ID, and here I'm going to pass this map that we have written, which is chat info map, something like this. So once the chat room is created, or it will simply check that if the chat room exists, then don't create, and if it is, then create. And once we have done all this thing, we'll directly push the user to a which page, a chat page. So here I am going to push the user to the chat page. Context, and now we'll simply push the user to the chat page, something like this. And now I need to simply pass the name of an user that I'm going to have in chat, and in the profile user URL I'm going to send his image. So we'll use data and his image and a username where I'm going to pass his username. So we'll write data and his username. So we'll use username, something like this. Yeah. So this is all the things that we need to simply do for our create chat room thing. Yeah, I hope it is very clear for you. Now we have written lots of code. Now let me show you what all thing I'm talking about. Yeah, so let's simply hot restart the app first. Now I will simply want to have a chat with Ayush. So I will simply search Ayush username. Now I'll click to this Ayush Sharma username, but we will face some error over here. It simply says that null check error. Null check error is because I think so I haven't passed that in the init state. Yeah, I am right. In the init state, make sure you pass the get the set pref function. Yeah, now let hot restart the thing again, and now I will write Ayush Sharma. Yeah, now I'll simply click to this, and null is not a subtype of string, so we are getting something null over here. Let me see what we are getting in null over here. Yeah, so the null thing was coming because here you can see that we have passed small n over here rather than capital N, because in the text field you can, like in this field, you can see that the name is written capital and we have simply passed a small over here. So that was simply making a mistake. Now this is also important thing when you are making an app with a Firebase. Make sure your field name should be exact what the field name you have passed over here. Don't do mistake just like me. Yeah, I hope you are much smarter than me. Yeah, now here I will search again Ayush Sharma over here. Now I'll simply tap to this ID, and now we are successfully moved to the chat page. But here this is just a UI, we haven't changed anything, but our this function is working, I guess. Or let's move to the first to the chat page, and here first I will show you like this home.dart page how this function work that I was telling you. Like if there would be no chat room, then it will create a chat room. So this is a first chat that I'm trying to have with Ayush. So there would be a chat room that have been created in the Firebase. I know you are excited, so let's see that. So we'll move to the Firebase. You can see that a chat room collection has been created, and this is a chat room ID I am talking about. So this is a unique ID, and this unique ID has been created. So this is how the unique ID going to work, and the users that going to have a chat in this chat room ID is Shivam and Ayush. So this is my username and this is Ayush username. Now you have seen how we can simply create a chat room ID, and through this chat room ID now I can simply have a direct chat. Yeah, now let's move to the chat page, and here where we have created a send button, we'll simply wrap up with a gesture detector first, and in the on tab we'll simply call our function which is add message, and send clicked will be simply true. Yeah, because we have clicked this. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now once we have done all this thing, now let's check this and let's send our first message to Ayush. So here I will simply just write hello Ayush. Ayush, how are you, boy? How are you? Now we'll simply send a message to Ayush, and let's see if it works. So the mistake was that here in the chat rooms, the first C was I have written was capital, and here you can see that it simply create another chat rooms collection, and the chat room that we want to simply respond is this chat room. So that, so I am keep on telling that please make sure that uh, you write all the correct collection names, because it will simply throw the error if you write a wrong collection name over here. So I will simply change the capital to small here, and now I'm simply going to remove the old collection that has been created, and I will simply remove and will paste and will delete. Yeah, so here it is. Now let's search Ayush first. So I'll simply hot restart the app, and here I will simply write Ayush Sharma, and here it is. Now I move to the chat, and here I'm going to send a first message to Ayush, which is hello, how are you? Yeah, now we'll simply send the message, and the message has been sent. Now let's check to the Firebase, like what all data we simply get in the Firestore. So here we'll move to the chat rooms collection, and as I've told you, this is a unique chat room ID that where the Shivam and Ayush can have a private conversation. And here you can see that the last message that I was talking about, that we need to simply keep a track. So here you can see that the last message that have been sent on that chat room is hello, how are you? And who have sent this message? It has been sent by me, so that's why it simply shows my username. It also shows a time when I have sent this message. Now let's move to the chats collection, and here you can see that it simply create a chats collection, and this is ID, and here you can see the message that I have simply sent to Ayush, and this simply show my username and the time when I have simply sent this message. Now when I'll add the second message like I am fine, and will send the second message, and here you will see that the last message has been updated from how are you to I am fine. So this is how this thing work, and this is how the message has been sent. So we'll simply keep on updating the last message that I was keep on telling you to simply show the last message in the home page, right? I hope it is much clear. Now when we are sending the message, we want to simply show the message over here that have been stored in the Firebase. So we will do that by using a stream builder. Yeah, so let's move to the chat page.dart file, and here first we'll simply close all the functions that we have simply created. Now here we'll simply create one widget which is a chat message, and as I've told you that this will be like showing all the message by using a stream builder. So here I will simply pass a return something like this. Now to use a stream builder, first I need to simply create a stream over here. So I'll simply write a stream, a message stream. Now this is a stream. I hope that if you have followed my old series, then you already know the use of stream builder, because I have used many times before on my course. But if not, then I'm going to simply teach you here. So I'll simply create one stream builder, and in the builder I need to simply pass and context a sync snapshot, and we'll write a snapshot. Now I've already told the use of snapshot, like it will help us to read each document that present in that collection. Yeah, so we need to simply read a chat room collection. Yeah, so let's move to the Firebase first, and here you can see that we need to simply read a chat room collection, then the specific chat room ID, then the chats collection, and all the chats we need to simply show in the chat page, right? So here I need to simply first return, and in the return I need to just write snapshot dot hash data. Now you will think that why I passed a hash data. Now the hash data function will simply check that if the chat room have a respective chats or not to display. Yeah, so it will simply first check, then it will going to display. Now the display will be in the form of list view dot builder, and in the item builder I need to simply pass a context and a index. Now here in the context index I need to simply do one thing over here, which will be like if the snapshot has data, then we'll show the list builder. list view.builder, but if not, then we need to just show the blank, so we'll use just a container over here. Yeah, something like this. I hope it is much clear. Now in the context index, I need to simply item count first, because I need to keep a count like how much document present on that respective collection. So here I need to simply pass an item count, and in the item count I just need to write snapshot dot data dot docs, and will simply track the length. So I'm using snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. Yeah, so after it is, we need to also pass a reverse to true. Now the reason for passing a reverse to true is because, as I've told you, that we are going to show the new message from the bottom rather than a new message from the top. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to explain. Like if you have used Instagram or WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, then you already know that what I'm telling about. Like a new message will be shown over here rather than over here. Now if you don't pass a reverse to true, the new message will be shown something over here in the top position. So that's not how the chat feature works. Yeah, so this is how. Now we need to pass one more main thing, which is a stream. We haven't passed a stream, so we need to call a stream first, which is a message stream. Yeah, so here first I need to create one more widget, which is chat message style. Now what is a chat message style? So we need to keep on track like which message has been sent by me and which message has been sent by the other user, because the message has been sent by me will be shown in the different color, as you can see over here, and at the right side of the screen, and the message that have been sent by other user will be on the different color and to the left side of the screen. So we need to simply keep a track like which message has been sent by me and by the other user. So that will help us to make this chat app. So chat message style will simply handle this case. So here I'm going to simply create widget and one more function, which will be a chat message type. Yeah. Now here I'm going to simply pass a string, first a message and a bool, and we'll simply check that if the message has been sent by me or not. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now here I will simply pass first inside a bracket a return, and in the return I'm going to simply pass a row. Now in the row, what I'm going to do that here I will tell that first let me pass the children, and in the children I need to simply show the flexible widget. Now the reason for using a flexible widget over here is because now the flexible widget will do one thing, like if the message length is very long, then we need to simply keep a track like how much this size of an blue container will be. Like hello, how are you? So there are 4 words. Now if there will be 5 words, then container size should be increased. So that's why, to provide the flexibility, we are going to use a flexible widget. Now here we need to use a container here again, and in the container we need to pass an padding as in set dot all. We need to just pass an 16. Yeah, so here it is, and a margin will write edge insect dot symmetric, and here we need to simply pass horizontal 16 and a vertical up to 4, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, we can simply pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now in the box decoration I need to simply pass a different border radius and also a color. Now border radius will be something like this. We'll write border radius dot only from the top left. So you can see from the top left, if the message is sent by me, it is also in the circular form, and if not, it is also in the circular form. So both the case is true. So we'll just pass radius dot circular, and let me check what circular radius we have passed over here, which is 30. So I can simply pass 30, or let's keep it 24, I guess. Yeah. Now from the bottom right, the bottom right is this case. So if the message is sent by me, I don't want to provide border radius, and if not, then I want to provide a border radius. Yeah, so we'll simply check that if the message has been sent by me. If yes, then we'll simply send the radius circular to 0 because I don't need a border radius. Now, if the message is not sent by me, I need to simply provide a border radius, which will be a circular 24. I hope it is much clear because it is very easy to understand. Like, if the message has been sent by me, how to handle that case, and if not, then how to handle that case, right? Now we need to pass a radius circular and we'll keep 24, and here we need to pass from the bottom left, and we'll simply keep on checking, like if the message sent by me, then we'll use a radius dot circular 24, and here will pass radius dot circular 0, something like this. Now here we have done all the case that we want to handle, not all the case, just for the border radius. Now we need to also change a color of a container if the message has been sent by me or not. So here I will simply check that if the message sent by me, I need to simply show the color on this color. So let's get that color first, and if not, then let's pass this color. Yeah, now here I need to simply pass a child first, and we need to use a text widget, and in the text widget I need to simply pass a message that we need to show. Yeah, now we can use a style, a text style. Now in the text style I need to simply pass the color, which will be a colors dot white. Font size, let's pass up to 15.0, and font weight will be, let's pass, I think so we can pass bold, I guess it will be okay. Now if we want, we can increase a size maybe later. Now we can simply call a chat message style over here. So we'll simply write return chat message style, and we need to simply pass first a message. So here I'm going to get this message, like you can see this text field which is a message. So here I will just write ds, and not ds, yeah, we need to write a ds because we are getting a document result from each document from a chat collection. Yeah, so this is a collection which is a chats, and this is are all the documents, and we need to simply get sent by and a message from each document. Yeah, so these are all the documents. Now here we need to simply keep a ds. So here I will use like document snapshot ds equals to, and we'll write snapshot dot data, dot data dot docs, and here we'll keep a index, something like this. Yeah, and we'll now ds, and we need to write exact field name, which is message. So I'll just write a message, and here we need to keep a track. So here I will copy this text field again, not a text field I'm telling a text field, but a field. Yeah, so here I'll write ds, and if the username simply gets matched with my username, so we need to simply pass that case. If equals to, then we need to use a ds, and we need to simply check that if it is true. So that's why I've simply passed a bool case above. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now we need to simply get all the data first from a Firebase. So for that we need to simply create a function in database.dart file. So here let's move, and here we need to simply write a future. Now in this future I need to simply first get a data from the stream. So I will write stream, and here I need to just write a query snapshot, and here we'll simply write get chat room messages, something like this. Now here I need to simply pass our chat room ID. So I will simply just write a chat room ID. Yeah, and now I need to pass async await, and here I will just pass first return, and here you can pass await Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and in the collection we need to simply first write our, now don't make a mistake with a capital and small c. Now make sure it should match what you have written over here. So let me check it again. I think so I was making a mistake again. Yeah, chat rooms dot doc, and we need to simply pass chat room ID. So chat rooms, we move to the ID. Now a chats collection. So we'll again create one collection which is chats. Now once we get a chat collection, now we need to simply read all the document. Now we need to also order by with a type that we have passed over here, because as I've told you that the message will be shown in the form like a sequence, because if we simply show a random message in the chat room, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like some message has been sent in 11 a.m, then we'll simply show that message in 8 p.m, then that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so that's why I need to order that collection. So we'll pass order by, and here I need to simply pass a time, and we'll tell that to simply show in the descending order, and we'll simply pass a true, and here we'll simply pass dot snapshot. Yeah, dot snapshot, as I have already told the use of snapshot over here. Yeah, so here once we have done all this thing, now let's move, and here we'll move to the chat page back again, and now I'm going to simply call this function that we have written. Yeah, so for the function I need to simply write one function name which is get and set message. Yeah, now we need to pass async message stream is equals to await database methods dot get chat room message, and here I need to simply pass a chat room ID. You can use a set state. Now we need to simply call this in the init state. Yeah, so what I'm thinking that let's call on the load function over here, and here first I will simply call, like I need to write a async first over here, then I need to write an await get the shared pref, and here I need to then call a get and set message. Yeah, now we can use a set state, and now we can directly call on the load function. So here it is. Now we can simply call this chat message widget in our here over here. So first I need to simply pass the username. So we'll write widget.name. So here you can see the name, which is Ayush Sharma, through which I'm having a chat. Now where we have written this, I need to simply remove all the thing that we have just created, and a size block also. Now here I will simply write a chat message, and I need to simply wrap up with a container, and here I'm going to simply pass the height media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2 or 6 is 1.5. You can set it according to your need, like how you want to simply show that. So let me see what fit best. I think so this much height is okay. Now we can simply hot restart the app, and let's check how we will simply get our data. So here I will simply search Ayush Sharma, and here we'll move to the chat, and here you can see hello, how are you? I am fine. Yeah, so this is how we can simply handle the case. Like you can see the message that have been sent by me, but you will notice that we need to simply pass a main, because we haven't passed like how to simply shift a message. Once the message has been sent by me, then I need to simply show in the right position. So we'll use main axis alignment, and we'll write main axis alignment dot end if the message has been sent by me is true. Yeah, and if not, then the main axis alignment will be simply at start. Yeah, something like this. Now you can see that it looks good. Now if I will simply say that hello Ayush, yeah, so here you can see that I can simply send a message, and that message has been shown over here. So this is how the chatting feature going to work. Now if you want, you can increase or decrease a font size according to your wish, like how you want to simply design all the thing. And if you want a more border radius, you can also do that. Can do that up to your need. Yeah, so here it is, and now I can simply send a message to a Ayush. Yeah, so this is how the chatting feature going to work. And now our chat page is not done. I know it is not done because the audio and the image part is still left over here. So let's move and let's make this two thing first in our chat page. So here I have done some of the changes, or you can say I have added some of the functionalities to simply activate the sound recording, or you can say a voice note that the user going to send to the other user and the image. So let me explain you what all things I have added in the chat page. So here, when you will move above, you will see that I have added one function name initialize. Now the initialize function will do one thing. It will simply open the recorder that you have, and it will also ask a permission that we want to simply access the microphone of this device, right? So as you know that to access a microphone and send a voice note, we need to ask a permission from the device to access that, right? Without a permission I can't access the microphone. So that's why I have written one function name request permission, and that's why we have added one of the package name permission handler that I have talking about. Yeah, so this was the reason for adding that package and writing this function name, which is a request permission. Yeah, now here you can see that I have written one more function, which is start recording. So start recording function will be called when the user will tap to this mic button, and once this mic button will be activated, it will simply start recording the audio file, and you can also stop the recording once you have simply think that we have recorded all the thing that we need to simply send. Yeah, so once you do all this case, you can simply call this upload file function, and in the upload file function will simply show the toast message first that your audio is uploading, so please wait. And here you can see that I have been using Firebase storage. Now I know that you will tell that Firebase storage is not free, but as we are going to handle audio and images, so that's why I'm going to use a Firebase storage, and through the Firebase storage we can simply access the audio and images file that we upload and send to other user. So let's move to the Firebase first, and here you can see the storage, and in the storage make sure that when you will move to the rules section, then in the rules section simply change the rules from false to true. Yeah, so once you will do these changes, then you can simply upload the data to the Firebase storage. Yeah, I hope it is much clear. Now once you have done all this thing, here we have written a code to upload that audio file that has been recorded, because the audio file will be first uploaded to the Firebase storage, then it will be appeared in the form of the link. So here you can see that I have created one string which is download URL, and in this URL we will get one link and a data. Now you will see that I have added one more field which is data. Now the reason for data, and we have also added this field in the message where we are uploading a message. So let's close this first and let me show you. Yeah, so here you can see the message. Now here when the user will send a message, we'll track that yes, it is a message. Now when the user will upload audio, we'll simply change the data to audio, because we'll tell that it is an audio. So we need to keep on track like what user is sending by using this option, so that we can simply show that over here. Now I will show you how this data field is very important on this Firebase, and how we can simply track our data. So yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now this was a function to for upload file, and here you can see that I have created one dialog box. Now when I tap to this open recording, or you can say the mic button, you will see that this dialog box appear, and it simply says that add voice note. Now I'll simply click to the start recording button, and my recording will automatically start, and once the recording is done I can simply upload the audio. Now this is an emulator, so that's why it don't have any recording feature like voice recording feature, so that's why start recording function will won't work over here. So when I'll test this app on the real device, yes, we are going to test this app on the real device also, and I will show you how to use this recording function. Now we have added one more thing, which is image. Like as you can see, as I've told you that we will also upload the image. Now for the image I have just written some of the functions over here, like file selected image. Now as I've told you that I have used image picker and pick the image from the phone gallery functions and all many time before in my series, so I don't want to show that code and make this video long. So that's why I've simply wrote image picker function, and just a function like here you can see upload image, where you can simply upload the image. So this is a function to upload the image. Yeah, so if you want to simply write a code, you can pause a video, and if you want to simply get a code, I will simply provide the link in the description box. You can simply get a code from there, no worries about that. Now I'll show you how the upload image function will going to work over here. So now here you can see that I am having a chat with Ayush, and I have sent one message hello, and the second message how are you. Now I want to simply send the image from a phone gallery. Now the Ayush asked me that I want an image of the watch you are wearing. So I want to simply send him the watch image. Now I'll simply tap to this attach file icon, and here it simply opens my phone gallery, and now I can simply click to this watch option or watch image, not option, and here you can see that it simply shows your image is uploading, please wait. Yeah, now let's check to the Firebase, and let's check what we will simply get over here there. Yeah, so here we'll move to the Firestore database, and here we'll move to our specific chat room ID where I am having a direct chat with Ayush. So here move to the chats collection, and here you can see that 3 document has been created. Now it is a message, so that why it's showing a message. Now this is also a message. Now I've sent a image, so here you can see that data has been changed from message to image to indicate it as an image. Now in the message you can see that there is a link. Now let me open this link first, and I will show you. Yeah, so here you can see that this is the image that I've just uploaded from my emulator, and we have simply get over here. Now in the last message you will see that image, it simply says that image has been sent by the user. Now you can see that once I've sent the image, the link of an image has been shown over here, but we don't want to send a link of an image to that user. We need to simply send them the image rather than showing the link. So that's why I was telling that how data is necessary here. So now we need to do some of the changes to simply show the image over here, and same for the audio file. Yeah, here you can see that it simply shows an image rather than a link. So let me explain you what all thing I have done over here. So in the chat message style where we have shown our chat message, here you can see that I have passed a data. Now the data, as I have explained you, the data will keep a track like it is an image, it is an audio, or it is a message has been sent by the user. So it will simply keep a track like what have been sent by the user. Yeah, so then we need to simply pass a data that we simply get over here. So this is the data that I'm talking about. Now once we have passed and data over here, now we need to simply check that if the data is equals to image. Now if the data is image, then we need to simply show the image over here. Now if the data is audio, then I will simply show the audio icon to play that audio. Now I need to simply add some more features in this to allow the user to play that audio. I will show you how I will do that. Now if the text is a message, now the message will be simply sent. So for an example, now if I will send a message like how it is, tell me how it is. Yeah, now I'll simply send this message. Now I will send one more image like of this watch, and here it simply says your image is uploading, so please wait. Yeah, and here you will see the image that, yeah, now here you can see that the image appears, and this image I have simply sent to the Ayush. So this is how we can simply send an image to the respective user, and this image will be uploaded to the Firebase storage, and then it will be simply shown in the Firestore database. Yeah, so this is how we can send an image. Now let's move and we'll simply create one more thing, which is our audio player screen. And in the audio player screen we need to simply pass the audio file so that the user can simply play that audio file. Yeah, but as it is just an emulator, so that's why I won't show you. When we'll simply test the app on the real device, then I'll show you how this audio file going to work. So now let's move, and in the home page I'm going to simply show all the chats that the user have done over here in the chat up home page. So here we need to simply call all the room IDs that simply match with my username. Yeah, so if any of the chat room ID that simply match with my username, we are going to simply show that in the home page. So as you know that when we need to simply read a documents from a Firebase, we need to use a stream builder, right? So here we need to write a stream builder here again, and here first I am going to create a stream which will be chat room streams. So here I will write chat rooms, and here I will write chat room stream, something like this. And here we have simply created a stream. Now I can simply create a function to show all the chat room list where I have a chat with any of the users. So here I will just write chat room list, something like this. Now first I need to simply write a widget over here, and in the widget here I need to do one thing. I need to simply pass a return, and in the return I need to write a stream builder. As I told you, we need to simply call a stream builder, and here I need to pass a context, and in the context we need to write async snapshot yeah, so here it is, and we need to simply return, and in the stream I'm going to simply pass a chat room stream. So I'll write a stream and a chat room stream. Now in the return I need to simply check that if the chat rooms have the respective documents or not. Like if I haven't talked any of the users till now, then it will simply show here the blank. And if I have a chat with any of the users past before on this app, then I will simply show all the chats in the home page, right? So we need to simply check that by using snapshot dot has data, and here we'll simply use a list view builder to show all that. Yeah, now in the item builder I need to simply pass a context index, and once the data is there, then we'll show that through list view builder, and if not, then we'll just use a container, something like this. Yeah, so here it is. Now in the list view builder, first I need to simply pass a padding, and just pass a padding edge insert dot 0, and it will simply like remove all the unknown space from a list view builder. And here I need to simply pass an item count so that I can simply count all the documents that present in a respective collection, not a document here. So we'll write docs dot length, something like this, and we need to simply pass a sync and wrap to true, and here we need to pass a document snapshot ds is equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and here we need to just pass an index, something like this. Now here we need to create one more thing, which is a chat room tile. Now the chat room tile, here you can see the container. Now the container we are going to simply pass in a chat room tile, you can say chat room list tile. So here Once again, we are going to simply create one more stateful widget, which will be a chat room type. Yeah, so here I will just write a stateful widget, and in the stateful widget we'll just pass here a chat room list type, something like this. Yeah, now here I can simply pass a scaffold. Now here I think so, rather than passing a scaffold, we can simply show this container that we have just made for the UI, and here I need to simply copy this complete thing from here where we have written something over here. So I'll copy this material widget and will simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here in the body, and I simply paste it over here. Now once we have done all this thing and we have shown a container, we can show the data now by using a profile pic URL name, username and his ID. So here, like, you can see that it simply shows a Shyam image over here with a Shyam name and what message he has sent to me. Now I don't have a Shyam image. Now I need to simply track, like I need to go to the users collection, and here I need to simply first track all the collection where the Shyam has a data to simply get his pick and show that pick over here. I hope you are getting what I am trying to explain. So that's why I am simply going to create one string. Now in the string I am going to simply store the profile pic. So I will just write profile, and here I will write profile pic URL, and I will just pass a space. Yeah. Now I'm going to simply get his name, his username and his ID. Yeah, so we need to pass all this thing to get the details about a Shyam. Now I'm taking an example of Shyam, but there will be a number, like so many users. You can have a chat like 50 users, then we need to simply get a 50 users profile pic over here to simply show in the chat page, right? Now here I will just create one more function, which is get this user info, and this function will simply help us to get the user info. And here I just need to pass an async, and will pass username equals to widget dot chatroom ID. Now I think so I haven't created a chatroom ID. So first we need to simply get some details over here in this widget. So first I'm going to create a string, and in the string first I'm going to get a last message that have been sent to Shyam. Yeah, the chatroom ID, my username and a time. So these are all the details that we need to simply pass over here, and we need to simply call all this by using chat room list style. And here we need to simply use this dot chat room ID, this dot my last message, username, and same for time. Yeah, we need to also show the time, that's why I'm using string time over here. And we need to simply pass a required function because we need all this data to execute a thing. Yeah, so once you have written all this thing, we can simply just write widget dot chatroom ID dot replace all. So you can see that here in the chat rooms, the two users whose ID are something like this, like the first username through which I'm going to have a chat, then a dash, or you can say underscore, then a Shivam, which is a my username. So this is how the username chatroom ID has been created. Now to get a Ayush detail from the users collection, I need to simply get his username, and will simply match that username over the users collection to get his pick. So I will simply match that if any of the document that present in the users collection match with this username or not. I hope you are getting what I am trying to tell. So this we need to do because I need to get the Ayush image over here. So here first I will simply match the username and then I will simply get his image. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now that's why I'm writing this function to first get his name from the chat room ID, then I'm going to match that ID. Yeah, so here I will just write replace all, and here I will simply pass a underscore, and in the underscore I will just replace a underscore with a space. Yeah, you can just like write the chatroom id and can replace all the thing, you will get what I'm trying to explain. And the replace all, where my username is there, just replace it with a space. Yeah, to get the other user username, this is just to get the other user username. Now I'll just write a query snapshot. Query snapshot is equals to await. Now here I need to simply create one function to match the data. So here I will move, and here I am going to simply create one function which is get user info. So let's move to the database.dart file, and here I will simply create one function which will be a future a query snapshot, and we'll just write get user info, something like this. And here I need to simply pass the username that I want to search, and here I'll just write async return. I first need to return await, and here I just need to write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I need to simply pass the collection that I want to match, which is users collection dot where, and this dot where function will simply first match the username that I want to keep a track. I hope that it is very easy for you to understand, but if not, I will recommend you to simply write a code. Don't simply watch this video just like a movie. I will tell that simply code along with me, because this will help you to just like code, and if you will write, you will get to know what I'm trying to explain. And if you simply watch this video just like a movie, then you can't get a single thing, because this is a code. This is not like you simply run abcd. So this is a code. When you will simply code, you will get to know what I'm telling about. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now we need to simply just write username is equal to, and we'll simply match the username and we'll simply get that details. Yeah, I hope it is clear. Now here we'll write database methods dot get user info, something like this. Now once you have done all this thing, I can simply get a name. Yeah, so for the name I just need to write a snapshot. You know that what snapshot does, I won't repeat it again. Yeah, now we'll just write a query snapshot dot docs, and we'll simply get the name. So here I'll just write a field name which should be exact this field name. So I'll just write a name, something like this. And once we have done all this thing, we need to simply get the profile and his id, something like this. Yeah, so here I need to get his profile pic, and just write the field name which is image, and I just write image over here, the id, and we'll simply get the id. So this is the id that I'm trying to get over here. Yeah, and we just need to pass a set state. Now in the init state I can simply pass get user info, something like this. Now here it is done, I guess, and we have wrote all the thing to simply get the user image over here. Now we can simply pass all the detail over here. Now the image will be in the form of the link, so that's why I'm going to do one thing. Now we'll just write profile pic url is equals to space, then we'll just show circular progress indicator, and once we get an image we can use a clip react, and rather than image.asset we'll pass network, and we'll just write profile pic url here. I hope it is clear. Now we can pass same, which is a username over here. which is rather than username, we need to pass a name. Yeah, name like this. I hope that we are getting a username over here. Yeah, you just need to pass a name rather than username, a last message, which is a last message. So we'll just need to write widget dot last message, and we need to also show the time. So we'll write widget dot something like this. Yeah. So I hope we have written all the thing. Now we need to simply call the chat room tile form here. Where? Here. Where? Here. Where we need to simply return it first. So we'll write return chat room list. I'm calling chat room list style over here. Yeah. So for that I need to pass ds.id because this is the id that I'm trying to get. Here the id will be displayed, and the last message that we want to simply show. So then ds last message, my username will be as it is, and for the time we are going to show this time, which is last message sent timestamp. So we'll write ds But before we move forward, I want to introduce you to app crafting. So this is a startup started by me. So if you are looking for the app for your business or resume, we are going to make a budget friendly app for you. You can simply fill this contact form and can send us the requirements to get a awesome app in both Play Store and App Store. You can find the link of the app crafting in the description box. But before moving to the code, let me show you how our news app will look alike by the end of this video, or you can see the series. So here you can see that this is the landing page of our news app, and here I have just added one image and we have just wrote the headline of this app, which is get the latest and the updated news easily with us, and I have just used the icon of this app and a get started button. Now this is the thing that we have added in the landing page. Now when I click to this get started button, we'll directly move to the home page, and in the home page, as you can see that I have simply kept our app name, which is Buzzline, and here you can see that there is a hottest news section where the user can simply scroll the news in the horizontal direction and can see all the news, and they can see the hottest news section. And here you can see that there is an explore section. Now in the explore section, I'm going to show all the different categories that user can simply choose and can read the news accordingly, and a trending news section so that they can see all the news related to the trending news. So on this app, as I've told you that I'm not going to use any other backend like a Firebase or something. So on this app, I'm going to use a news API, which is completely free for you all to use. So you can make this complete app for free by using the news API as a backend. Yeah, so we are getting all the data from our news API. So here when I'll tap to this, like for an example, if I want to read this news in the more detail, I will tap to this, and here you can see that through the web view, now I'm going to simply move to that specific website and can read the news in much more detail. Now let's move back to the home page, and here when I'll tap to the any of this specific category, like for an example science, now when I'll select the science, then the news API will going to show me all the news related to the science. Yeah, so it will going to work same for the, like I will select sports, then it will going to work same for the sports. And when I want to like read this news in much more detail, so I'll click to this, and through the web view I'll directly move to the page and can read the news in much more detail. Yeah, so these are the things that we have added, and all the thing, as I've told you, are going to work through the news API. And this is a trending news section, as you can see here. So these were the things that we have made in our Buzzline app. So the Buzzline, as I've told you, this is our app name. So everything is going to work through the news API. So now let's get started and make this awesome app from the scratch. Let's move to the pages folder. So in the leaf folder, I will simply create a new folder name, which will be the pages, and inside the pages folder, I'll simply create a new file name, which will be the home.dart. And before creating the home.dart file, first I'm going to create a onboarding page for our news app. So I'll write onboarding.dart here, and we'll use import to import the package for all the Flutter, and we'll write a stateful widget, and we'll write our page name, which will be simply onboarding. Yeah, so this is the page name, which is onboarding. Now here you can see that I've added one images folder and I have saved one image. So I'll just rename the page, not a page, an image name to, let's write onboard, because I'm going to use this image in our onboarding page. So I'm going to use this image, which is onboard.jpg. Now I need to call the image from the images folder. So let's move to the perspec.ml file, and don't skip this process, otherwise you can't get the image from any of the folder where you have saved. So you just need to write a folder name where you have saved the image. So I've saved the image in my images folder. So that's why I simply call the images folder on here. Now in the onboarding page, I'll first write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, and a column. Yeah, now here in the onboarding page, first I'm going to show the image that, as I've told you. So I'll write images. not images. I'll write image dot asset and will pass images folder name and image file name, which is onboard.jpg, which is onboard.jpg. Yeah, so let me call this file so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over here. So I'll move to the home and will simply call our onboarding page, and here it is. And you can remove this debug banner by just passing debug show checked mode banner to false, something like this. Now the height of an image is too much. I don't need the height as much that is used on the onboarding page, so I'll pass the height and will use the media query. As you know that media query is something that make your app highly responsive. Now if you want to pass a fixed width, you can do that, but the fixed width will be like it won't be highly responsive, and when you will test the app on the multiple device, the height of, or you can say the length of the image will be fixed and it don't keep varying according to the phone screen you are using. So that's why I prefer to use a media query. So I'll write media query dot of context dot size dot height, and let's pass divide by 2, and I'll just pass a width also, and will pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, and will tell the image to use a complete width of the screen by using just this function, which is media query dot of context dot size dot width. And by the fit, I will just tell the image to fix, not to fix, to fit the height and width which we have passed. So I'll pass boxfit dot cover, something like this. I can increase the maybe the height up to 1.8, or let's pass up to 1.6, I guess. 1.6 will be too much. 1.5, oh, sorry, 1.7. Yeah, so here once we have done this thing, now I'm going to show the circular radius, something like this. We can do like that, I guess it will look cool. Yeah, so here you will see that there is an image widget, and I want to overlap a image widget over the container widget. So you know that we need to just remove the column widget and we'll use a stack widget over here. Now in the stack widget, I'll just pass a container. Now in the container, I'll pass a decoration, an input decoration. Now I'm going to provide the color to our container. So why I've written the input decoration? Sorry, my bad. We need to pass an input decoration in text field, not in container. So we need to pass a box decoration as a color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Yeah. Now I'll tell the container to use a complete width. So I'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, something like this. Yeah. So you can see that image has been gone, but it is not gone anywhere. It is just behind this container because we have used a stack widget over here. So to see that image, I'll just pass a margin edge inset dot only. From the top, we'll use the media query again. We'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2. Yeah, 2 is okay, or let's pass 1.8. It's up to your choice. And now we can provide a border radius. So I'll pass a border radius dot only. From the top left, we'll need to pass radius dot circular, and we'll pass up to 60. And from the top right, we'll pass radius dot circular 60, something like this. I guess 60 is too much. We can pass up to 30 and 30, I guess. Yeah, now it is okay. Now once we have shown the image, now we can write some text over here just to indicate like a title of this app and what basically this app will all about. Yeah, so that's we can write on this container. So for that, I'll use a child and a column and a children. Now here I'm going to pass a text widget to write a text, and we'll just write get the latest and updated. We'll use /n because basically /n will change your line in this text widget, like the sentence we are writing. So this will be the first sentence, and /n will change the line and will show the text again. Yeah, so we'll write news easily with us, something like this. Now once we have passed the text, I can use a style, and we can pass some styling to this text widget. So I'll pass the color. The color will be simply black Font size, first the font size, let's pass 30.0. Font weight, let's pass W500 will be okay, I guess. Yeah. So this is the text, I guess. So that text size is very big. So I'll just decrease it to 25. Now here you can see that this is the first text, not a first text of sentence, and a slash and simply change the line and shows the rest sentence after that. Yeah. So this is how we can do that. Now I can provide a size box, height 20.0, something like this. Now once we have done, I need to simply center this sentence over here, not like at the left side. So for that I'll use a text align dot center to simply center all the sentence over here. Yeah, so this is how we can center the text, and this is what our app says, which is get the latest and updated news easily with us. Yeah, so yeah, so this is how we can do that. I'm going to show the icon of this app. So for the icon I will just pass, you can also say the app icon. So you can see that I've added one image in the images folder, so I'll use that image by using image.asset again, and we'll just pass our images folder name and our image file name, which is newspaper.png. Now I can just pass the height, let's pass the height 100, width 100, and a fit box fit dot cover, something like this. So here you can see this is the icon. Now I can provide the size box, height, let's pass 20.0, something like this. Yeah, now we can relatively increase, I think so, height and width of this icon. Now once we have shown this, now I will show one button which will be the get started button, and this get started button will allow the user to enter in the home page and can see the trending news. Yeah, so for that I'll just do one thing, I'll just create a container. Now in the container I'll pass a with media query, something media query dot of context dot size dot width. Yeah, now in the decoration I just need to pass a color to our container. So I'm going to use a customized color code. So let me find that color code. Though I don't remind that color code like what it is exactly. Yeah, so let me see that. So this is the color code that we are going to use to show in our container, which will going to act as a button, right? So once we have done this thing, I need to pass a border radius. So I'll pass a border radius circular, let's pass 20. Now here I'll just pass a child and a text widget here again. So I'll copy the text widget from here and we are going to paste it something over here. Yeah, so once we have written this thing, now here I will just do one thing, like here I'll just pass a get started text so that the user can get to know that they can click to this button and can start it. So I'll pass margin edge insert dot only from the 20.0 from height 20.0. So this is the margin we are going to provide, and we are also going to provide the height. Let's pass the 50. I guess we can provide some more margin, maybe it look cool, I guess. Yeah, and we can provide some more border radius. Let's pass up to 30 and we'll simply center this by using a center widget. Yeah, and we can increase the height up to 80 will be too much, let's pass 60. And here I'm going to use a size box here again, we'll pass size box height 20.0. now once we have done this thing, now here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide the elevation to this button so that it will look like a button and the user can get to know that they can click to this button and can directly move inside the app. Yeah, so I'll wrap up with a widget which will be the material. We'll provide the elevation 3.0, but I need to wrap up with a container again, and we need to cut the margin from here and we need to simply paste it something over here. Now we can also provide the border radius to our material widget too, something like this. Yeah, so now you can see that this is button and it is much in the elevated form to highlight that it is a button, and the user can press to that and can move to the home page. Yeah, so we are talking about the home page, so let's move and create our home page. So first I'm going to import by using material.dart. sorry, material dot why it is not coming. Let me check. Import material dot. Let me write some more thing. Yeah, so I'll write stateful widget and we'll name our page which is home, and we'll write a scaffold, a body, container, child, and a column and a children. Yeah, so this is how we can start with a home page. Now in the home page, what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to show our app name at the top. Yeah, so I'm giving a basic idea first, like how the home page we are going to design and all. So this is like at the top we are going to provide our app name. So let me think about the app name. I haven't thought anything about it. Yeah, so let me think, and once I get any unique app name, I'll just add at the top. Now once we have shown the app name, just below the app name I'm going to show the hottest news. Yeah, so this is the hottest news where the news will be shown in the horizontal form and the user can scroll and can see the news. Yeah, and just below that there will be some categories. So there will be the categories and I will just name that section as explore, and in the explore we are going to add different categories like sports, entertainment, and philosophy, anything. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so just below that explore section there will be some more news, that will be a trending news, and in the trending news we are going to show the news in the vertical form. Yeah, so this is the basic idea of our homepage. So I'm going to, as you know that I've shown you in the starting of the video that how we are going to connect the API and all in this app. So first I'm going to create the design like basic UI, then we are going to add the API. Yeah, so now let's move, and let me first find the app name because I haven't found till now anything. Yeah, so let me see and find some unique app name. So our app name will be Buzzline. So I've thought about it and I thought let's keep this name. I hope it is okay or it is good. If not, then sorry, but I found this name for this app. So I'll use Buzzline and I'll first pass a text, and I've used a row because I'm going to provide a two different colors to buzz, like in blue color, not in blue color, exactly this blue shade, and the line will be shown in the black color. Yeah, so this is how we are going to do. So for that I'll just move to the onboarding page and I'm going to copy this color code, and once we copy this color code I'll paste it something over here and we'll pass the color and paste the color code. Yeah, so then I'll just write a font size and we'll pass a font size 25.0, and font weight will be simply like font weight dot bold. Yeah, we can do this, font weight dot bold. Yeah, so let's move to the home page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over there. So this is the home page, this is the text, but I need to center it, but I need to copy the text widget here again, paste it something over here, just need to pass line, color will be colors dot black, something like this. Now I'll just center this by using main. So I'll write main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now I'll just pass the margin as insert dot only. From the top let's pass 40.0. Yeah, and we need to increase the size of up to 30, and 30 will be okay. So this is the text which is buzz line. Now once we have shown this text, as I've told you, then we are going to show the hottest news over here. So for that I'll just write a row, and once we are going to show the data from the API, then I'll show the list view and how to save all the data from the API by creating a different type of widgets. Yeah, so this is just a UI I'm creating, so don't write like that there is no any state management used on this app. This is a state management that we are going to use when we are going to apply for the API and connect the API. Yeah, so I'm just creating the UI for now. Yeah, so I'll just write row and we'll write a container. Now in the container I'll just write a container. Now a child. Now in the child first I'm going to pass like a, let's pass a column widget. I'm thinking about a stack widget, but let's pass a column widget. Let's see how it goes. If then we are going to add a different thing. Yeah, so let's add some of the image in the images folder that we can use to show in our hottest news section. Yeah, so I have these two images in the images folder. Now let's move, and first I'm going to show the our image. So I'll just write rather than passing image, first let's pass a decoration, a box decoration, something like this. Now the color, we just need to pass colors dot white, but before that let's pass the background color to this complete screen. So I'll pass color and colors dot white, maybe different shade of and white I'm going to use over here. So what I'm going to do, nope, 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 something like, I guess this color, yeah, it is okay, not completely white, not completely gray, just between that. Yeah, so here what I'm going to do in the column, as I've told you, we're going to use image. So I'll write image.asset, images folder name, and an image file name. So I'll write news1.jpg, something like this. So this is the image, but it is on the complete thing. So I'll just pass the width, let's pass the width media query dot of context dot size dot width, let's pass divide by 3, and a fit box fit dot cover, so that it cover a height that we have passed, and let's pass the height up to 200, or let's do thing like this, maybe 120 2.1, not 21, yeah, 2.1, I guess it is okay. If not, then we need to check some the things. Let me check what height we will fit in so that it will look good. Yeah, now here I'm going to copy the text widget here again, and we need to paste it over here. I'll use the size box height 20.0, I guess it will be okay. I need to bring the text over here, so I'll use a cross where over here. So I'll write cross axis alignment dot start, not end, start. Yeah, I need to also provide the margin, so I'll write margin from the left, let's pass 20.0, yeah, something like this. Now here in the buzz line, I just write a hottest news, so I'll write hottest news. Yeah, I'll just change this to colors dot black, and the font size let's decrease up to 22. Bold is okay, I guess, or you can change to W500, it's up to your choice, like how attractive you can make the design. Yeah, so copy the height, paste it over here, let's pass 10.0. yeah, so this is how we can do that. Now what I'm going to do is that rather than this, let's pass news2.jpg, I guess it is okay. Now here I'm going to just pass a clip react because I want to provide the border radius to this image. So I'll write border radius dot circular, let's pass up to 10 is okay. Yeah, now here I'm going to do one thing, like I also provide a padding edge inset dot all, let's pass up to 10. Yeah, so this is the image, as you can see. Now once we have shown the image, I can do one thing, let me show what it will be. Yeah, so 170, I guess it is okay. Yeah, so after this I'll just write a news, so I'll write text widget here again, and we need to write the title of this news that we want to show. So let me write some news, what it will be like. Please subscribe to Shivam channel. This is just a news. I don't know the news, so I use this text. Yeah, so this is, you can see that there is a overflow pixel error. So I'll do one thing, I'll just write wrap up with a container widget, will pass a width, let's pass up to 100. 100 will be very less. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, copy this, paste it over here. Yeah, so it will fit in over here. I'll just pass 20, or and we will do two bold so that I can see the at least the title of the news clearly, and we'll pass a size box height 10.0. Yeah, so if you haven't hit that subscribe button, then I'm requesting you to hit that subscribe button. Yeah, so I'll just pass 18, 18 or 19. Let's pass 19. Yeah, so please subscribe to Shivam channels. And once we have shown this news, now I can just add some of interesting text below this line. Yeah, we can do that. So for that, I'll copy the size box here again, paste it over here, and just to show the 2-3 lines, I will use a lorem ipsum text. So here you can see that this is how we can show the lorem ipsum text, and I have done some of the changes you can see over here just to show this text. Now we need to also provide the border radius to this complete container. So I'll just write a border radius. Now the border radius will be border radius dot circular. Let's pass up to 10. Yeah, so you can also see we have provided the border radius to this. And here I'll just wrap up with a material widget so that I can provide the elevation. So I'll pass elevation 3.0 and a border radius here again. Copy this, paste it over here, something, paste it. Yeah, so this is how we can provide the elevation. Maybe 2 is okay. Yeah, so this is the news that we want to show in the hottest news, and the title of the news, and just some text of the news. Yeah, so this is how. Now here I will do one more thing, like to make it interesting, I'll just remove the padding from here. Now you will tell that why I've removed the padding. I'll tell you why. Just write the padding edge insert dot only from the left 20.0. 20 will be too much. Let's pass 10. I guess one more thing we can do. What we can do? Yeah, so we can pass dot all rather than that. It's insert dot only, and we can pass. So write padding edge insert dot all from the 10, something like this, to provide this padding to. Yeah, as you can see that I have done some of the changes in the code, and in the icon I have just added one container with a blue shade and a forward arrow to indicate that when the user will tap to this arrow, they can simply read this news in the more detail. So we are going to add that feature. So that will be the WebView feature. I will tell you, don't need to worry about this for now. Yeah, so here you can see that I have also used a text align.center to like center all this text that it is in the complete sentence. So this is a container for that, to center the text, and this is a container just to show the headline, or you can say as move more about a news detail. So this is how we can simply show that a news detail over here. So these are the some things that we have added in our hottest news. Now just below this news, or just beside this news, not below this news, just beside this news, we are going to add one more section. So for that I just need to remove a row from here, and we'll just write a list view. Now you know that if we want to show the container in the horizontal direction, then we need to use a list view, right? So here the list view, and you will run the list view, then you know that because a list view act as a good student, so he just want to know that how much space I should use to show all the news over here. So we need to wrap up with a container, and we need to pass the height. Let's pass the height, and we pass the height up to 500. Yeah, so 500 is too much, I guess. I think so we can pass up to 300 or 200. Let's see what fit best over here. 500 is okay, I guess. Yeah, so this is how you can see the news, but we don't want to show like this. I just need to scroll like it is in the vertical form. I need to scroll in the horizontal form. So I'll just write a scroll direction, not a scroll direction, something over here, scroll direction axis dot horizontal. Yeah, so now you can see that, and we'll decrease the height up to 300, I guess. Or you can use a media query rather than passing a fixed height, as I tell best to use the media query. So I'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 3 or divide by 2.6 or 2.89, maybe 9 is okay, or 3. Yeah, so this is how we can show that. And what I'm going to do, I will just pass a spacer over here rather than passing a fixed. Yeah, so now it simply fits this container. Yeah, so this is how we can do that, and we can pass the height to our container and show the list view in the scroll axis dot horizontal, so we can scroll all the news in the horizontal form. Yeah, so now I'll copy the material widget from here again, and we are going to paste it over here. And now I will use a size box width so that I can provide the width. So I'll pass the size box width 20.0, so there will be a space between these two containers. Now you can see that it's stuck from the bottom and I can't see the elevation clearly. This is because I will do one thing, like I'll just pass a margin edge insert, not a margin, I think so we need a padding edge insert dot only from the bottom. Let's pass 10.0. I think so margin padding is not working over here, so let's pass a margin. I guess there is some problem. Let me check. Okay, not over here. I think so we need to pass a margin over here. So I need to wrap up with a container again, and we'll just pass a margin edge insert dot only from the bottom 10.0, something like this. Yeah, now we can see the elevation clearly. So let's pass up to 5. It's up to your choice, like how you want to show the thing. Yep, so this is how. And we can also pass from the left position, so we can pass up to left 5.0, something like this. So we can see the elevation from the left side and from the bottom side, and it is much clear. Yeah, so this is how we can do that, and we can do same for our next container. Yeah, now this is, as I've told you, that we are just making the UI of our news app first, then we are going to connect the news app with an API. So don't write in the comment box that this is a rough code or something. So I know that we are going to do all the thing by using a widget class and all. So yeah, so that will be a specific state management to how to use this complete news app. Yeah, so I'll wrap up with a widget and we'll just write a container, and in the container I need to pass a width. So I'll copy the width, not a width, a margin from here, and we'll pass to our next container. Yeah, so this is how we have created the UI for our hottest news section. Now the user can simply scroll and can see all the hottest news. Now just below this news there is one more section which is explore. Now in the explore section we are going to add a different category in the news app. So the different category will be act something like this, like the user can press to any of the category like they are interested on, like for example entertainment, or let me see what all things we can add, because I need to check an API like what all categories already present in the API. Yeah, I will also show you how to get an API and all, so don't need to worry about that. Yeah, now let me check first, and we need to add some of the image in the images folder so that we can use that in the explore folder, not a folder, explore section. Yeah, as you can see that I have added some of the image in the images folder. Now in this images folder, the image that I have saved, I am going to use that image in my app where I need to show the explore section. Yeah, so the explore section we are going to do is that I'm not going to create a list view and going to show all the categories over there, otherwise the code will be very long. And here I'm going to use a state management. Now you will say that what state management I'm going to use. So the state management will be like I'm going to use a inherited widget and class method to simply like store my category and all, and that category we are going to use in the home page. I hope it is clear. So for that I need to move to the leaf folder, and we'll simply create a new folder name service is, and inside the services folder I'll create a new file name which is data.dart, and in this data.dart file first I'm going to create one list. Now what is a list? You already know that a list is something where we can store a numerous number of string or any type of value. Yeah, so for that I'll just create a list, and here I'm going to write a category model. Now for the category model I need to create a category model in our model section. So let's create one more new file, not a file, a folder, which will be a models, and in the models I'm going to create one more new file which will be a category model, where I'm going to store all the thing that we need to show in our category. Like in the category, as we need to just show the category name and the image, so the image will be at the circular structure, and just we are going to overlap the text widget over the image. So we need a two string which is a name and the image. So for that I'll just create a class name which will be the category model, something like this, category model. So let's keep see, yeah, category model, something like this, and here I'm going to create a string. Now in the string I'll just pass a category name that we are going to store. So I'll just write a category name, something like this, and a string one more where I'm going to store the category image. So this is how we can do that. Now once we have created the class, now we can call the class over here. So to call the class I'll just write a category model that we have created. Yeah, so I'll just write a category model, something like this. Yeah, now here once we have wrote this thing, now I'm going to create a function name which is get categories. So I'll write get categories, and here I'm going to pass all the thing that we need. So I'll pass a list, one more list, and in the list I'll just pass a category model, and we are going to create a category which is our list name. Yeah, I hope it is clear. So I'll create, and we'll create a list. Yeah, so this is how you can see that we have created a category list over here, and in the category list I'm going to store all the data one by one. Yeah, so I'll just write a category model is equals to new category model. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have passed this thing, here I'm going to now store the data. So I'll write category model dot, and first one is category name, and here I'm going to just pass, like first I'm going to show the business. So I'll write business, and here I pass a category model dot image. Yeah, so first, as I have told you, we need to pass a category name, then a image. So we'll pass the image is equals to, and the image has been saved in the images folder. So I just need to write a images folder name and a image file name. Now when you are writing an image file name, now make sure that it should be exact. You don't mismatch a single character, otherwise it will simply throw the error. Yeah, so this is how we can do that. So once we have stored the category model, in a category model, a category name and the image, now we need to add that in the list. Yeah, so you can see that by one we are going to add a like a category in our category list, something like this. So I'll write category dot add, and we'll use dot add function, and we'll pass category model. Yeah, and we'll just create a category model is equals to new categories. Yeah, so we once it is added, now we are simply making a category model to blank so that I can add our next, I hope it be blank. Now here I'll write category model equals to new category model. Yeah, so this is how we can add a category in our categories list, and when we are going to show that data in our home page, we are going to store, not a store, we are going to show the category list in the home page by using a list view.builder. So this is the state management that we are going to use, like we are going to store the data locally and we are going to use that in the home page. Yeah, so let me add all the categories one by one over here. Yeah, so you can also code along with me with the music. So 1, 2, 3, start. Yeah, so here it is done, and you can see that in the last I have written a category that we have stored in our get categories function. Yeah, so now we store all the category in our category list and we have written it to get categories function. Now we can call our get categories function in the home page where we have stored all in the form of the list, and we can use that directly in the home page, right? So let's move to the home page and let me show you how it will be shown over there, right? So for that I just need to move to the home page, and in the home page I'll just move here, and first I'm going to create a list. So here I'll create a list category model, something like this, and here I'll just write a categories, something like this. Yeah, now I'm going to store our categories. Get, you know that where is our now category in a get categories function. So we need to create one list which is an empty list in a categories, and in the categories I'm going to store all the category that is in our get categories function. So for that I need to use a init state, and in the init state I'll just pass something like this, which will be a categories is equals to get categories function. Yeah, so this is how I'm going to store all the categories that have been saved in our get categories function, and will simply store that in our categories list. I hope it is clear. I'm trying to keep it simple because I know that if you are coding for the first time this will be like confusing for you, but don't need to worry. I will always suggest you to code along with me, and if you need a source code, like you can't get the thing like along with me, then I will paste a link in the description box. You can go and get it from there. Yeah, so now let's move, and as I've told you, now we are going to show all the categories from our list view dot builder. Yeah, so first what I'm going to do, let's close this and let's close this also, something like this. Yeah, so once I need to copy this text widget and will simply paste it something over here like it is, and once we have paste this thing I need to pass a comma over here. Yeah, now here I'll just change the text to explore, which is our section, and we'll just pass the size box height 10.0, something like this. Yeah, so this is our explore section. If we want, you can increase the size up to like this. Yeah, now here what I'm going to show are the categories. Now for the categories I will use a list view dot builder. Yeah, so I'll write list view dot builder, and in the builder first I'm going to pass the item builder, which is a context and an index. Yeah, now once we have passed this thing, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pass an item count so that I can keep the count like how much number of thing present in my categories list. So I'll just pass categories dot length. Yeah, I hope it is very easy to understand. It is not very complex. Yeah, it's up to like how much you practice this code, how much you keep on watching the Flutter videos. The like I've already made like 10 to 12 apps before on this channel, and you can get it from there. And I've noticed that while many of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet, like 80% of you are haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So hit that subscribe button, though it is totally free for you all. So hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. Yeah, so hit that subscribe button. I hope that you have hit that subscribe button. Now let's move forward, and in the we need to create one widget which is a category type. Yeah, now what is a category tile? Now in the category tile I'm going to pass like how we need to show our category in our explore section. Yeah, so for that I will create one stateless widget, not a like a widget, a stateless widget. Now the stateless widget is because I don't need to change anything extra while showing the category. The category will remain as it is. So we don't need to do anything extra, like we are not getting any data from the server in the categories section just to show the categories. Yeah. So for that, I will use the stateless widget. So I'll use the stateless widget, something like this. And we need to just show it outside the stateful widget that we have created. And I will just rename our stateless widget to category tile. Yeah. So I'll just rename this to a category tile, something like this. So once we have renamed this, so it is loading. Yeah, we have renamed this. Now here what I'm going to do is that first there will be a container, right? Now in the container, uh, I think so, let's pass one final over here. Let's get the image and the category name first so that I can show you. So I'll write category name, something like this. Yeah, now we can pass a category tile. So I'll just pass a category tile and we'll write this dot category name, this dot image. Now we are going to get the image and the category name. Now once we have get all this thing in the container, first I'll pass I think so we need to pass a stack widget. As I've told you, we need to overlap one widget over the another, so that's why I'm going to use a stack widget. Now in the stack widget, I'll just pass a children. Now in the children, I will use to show the image, so I'll use image.asset and I'll pass image, which is this image. I hope this is this image. Now once we have shown the image, yeah, so this is how we can show the image. Now I'll just pass the height. Let's pass the height up to 100 with 100 and a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, I'll change the maybe height maybe later once we see the image over here. I'll just writing the code just to store all the things first. Yeah, so here I'll just use a clip react so that I can provide the border radius to my image. So I'll write clip react border radius dot circular. So I'll write border radius dot circular and we'll just pass a 60. Yeah, now I need to do one more thing, like here in the stack widget. What I'm going to do is that I will create one more container, and in the container I'll just pass the same height and width that we have passed to the image. Yeah, so I'll copy and we'll paste it over here, not here. Let's pass the height by always copy pasting. Yeah, so I'll pass the 100 with with 100 and a child. For the child, I'll just pass a text widget, and in the text widget I will just pass like a category name. So I'll just write a category name, something like this, and we'll pass a style, text style, text style, yeah, colors dot black. Let's pass black. Font size, let's pass 18.0 and font weight will be just like W500. Yeah. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now here we can call our category tile. So I'll just move to our list view builder where we have written the code. Yeah, so I'll write category tile, and in the category tile I need to pass a two thing, which is a category name. So for the category name, I'll just write like this, which will be like categories index. So we are going to pass an index first. So I'll write index dot, and here I'm going to pass the category name first, then I'm going to pass the image. So I'll write categories index again, and we need to pass just an image, something like this. Yeah, so I'll write dot image. Yeah, so this is how we can simply show the list view builder. But you can see that till now, let me hot restart the app first, and you will see that you will see this error, because you know that a list view builder will going to act as a good student. So he will just need a height, like how much he need to use. So I'll just pass 100 over here. So now you can see some of the things, but it is not complete. I do one thing, like I will just pass like I'll pass 100, then I'll pass 150. Yeah, so you can see that all the thing are in the vertical form, but I need to show the categories in the horizontal form. So I'll just change the scroll direction. So I'll just pass the scroll direction to axis dot horizontal, and I'll also pass a sync and wrap to true. Yeah, so these are the two case. Now we can see the categories in the horizontal form. Yeah, now we can scroll and can see the categories, but it is not fixed till now. So what I'm going to do is that let me show you. Yeah, so where we have shown the container, I'll just pass the margin edge inside dot only from the right 20.0, so that there will be some space. And here you can see that there are text. We can't see the text. Let's pass white rather than black, and we'll just center this by using a center widget. So I'll just pass a center widget. Yeah, I still can't see that, so I'll just do one more thing. We'll pass bold. Yeah, now here let's increase the size 150 and 150. Yeah, 150 I guess will be too much. I guess it will be too much. 120 is okay. Yeah, I guess it is okay. But what I'm going to do, one more thing here, I'll just pass one more container. Now the reason for passing the container, because I can't see the text clearly, so I need to pass the color. So I'll copy the height and width, and we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration, colors dot black, and we'll just pass 45. Yeah, now we need to also pass a border radius. So I guess I'll copy the border radius from here and we'll paste it something over here. Yeah, now we need to also pass the border radius to this container also. So I'll pass box decoration. Yeah, copy the border radius from here and we need to paste it something over here. Yeah, so now we can see the text clearly. I hope it is much clear. Now if you want, you can change the shade of a color according to your wish, like how you want to handle the case and all. Yeah, it's up to your choice. Wait a second. Yeah, now we can change this. Why it is not changing, I don't know. So what I'm colors dot black, and we'll just pass like 26. 26 is okay. Yeah, it's look good, I guess. Yeah, I can see all the categories now, but entertainment thing is not look good, because I will just lower down the text size. Yeah, so now we can see the business and all. You can set the color according to the your need, like how you want to show all the thing over here. So this is how the explore section will be, and as you can see here, there is a different categories that the user can simply select and can read the news according to the categories that they have selected. Right now, once they have seen the explore section, now just after the explore section there will be one more section which is a trending news. Now in this trending news section, we are going to show all the trending news in the vertical direction. Like we are going to show all the news in the vertical position. So here you can see that the news are in the horizontal direction, so the user will scroll something like this. But in the trending news, the user will going to scroll in the horizontal not horizontal, vertical direction. So for that I need to copy the text widget from here. So I'll copy the size box and a text widget, and will simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here, where we have just written a list view builder. So here you can see this. Now I will remove the size box because there are lots many space. So I'll just re-edit this text and will just write trending news, something like this. Now here the explore section. Now as I've told you, we are going to show the trending news. So first I'm going to just create the simple UI, and as you know that we are going to use a news API after this. So as you know that we are going to use a news API, so then we are going to connect all the backend related to our news app. Yeah, so first I'm going to create a container, and in the container first I'm going to do one thing, like here let me write the container. Now here I'll just write a decoration, a box decoration, Now in the box decoration, I just need to pass the color. So first the color we need to pass is the colors.white, and here we need to use a child which will be the row. Now the reason for showing the row is because, or writing a row is because, here you know that in the trending news section, first we are going to show the image of that news, the title and some detail about that news. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to use a row widget. So I'll just write a child, a row, and a children. Now in the row, first as I've told you, we need to use image. So I'll write image.asset, and we'll write our images folder name and an image file name. So our image file name, let's pass news1.jpg. Yeah, jpg. Now I'm going to pass the height. Let's pass the height 50, width 50, and let's pass a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now here you can see the uh, picture, but I need to increase the height and width so that I can see it more clearly. So I'll just pass 150 and 150. 150 will be too much, I guess. Let's pass 120, I guess. Yeah, 120 is okay. Now here I need to show the circular radius, and I think so circular radius will be okay. Yeah, so circular radius from top left and bottom left. Yeah, so for that I'll just need to do one thing. Here I'll just wrap up with a clip react widget. So I'll write clip react to provide a border radius. So I'll write border radius, and we'll write border radius dot only from the top left. Let's pass radius dot circular, and we'll just pass 10, and from the bottom left, which will be radius dot circular, and let's pass 10, something like this. Now you can see the radius, I mean the border radius. Now here I just need to also pass it something over here. So I'll copy this, and I need to write all the thing again. We'll paste it something over here, and as you can see, yeah. So this is how we can show this image of our news. And as I've told you, we are going to show the title. So for the title, first I need to pass a margin. So I'll write margin edge insert dot only from the right. Let's pass 20.0. Yeah. Now here I'm going to also provide the border radius. I guess it will be cool, or it is okay. I think so it will be okay. Yeah. So in the row, then I'm going to use a column widget, and in the column widget I'll pass children. Now here I'm going to use a text. Now the text will be something like, we are going to use is the text, which text, let me show you. So what I'm planning to do, I'll copy this to container from here, and we are just planning to paste it something over here. And here you can see the text, but we can increase the width of an container. Let's pass up to 1.5 or 1.6. 6 is also not good. 7, I think so 1.7 is okay. It's up to your choice, like how you want to fit the thing and all. Yeah, so this is how we can show the main title of the news and some detail about that news. Yeah, so this is how trending news section will be. So let's move to the news API website, and let me show you from where I'm going to get a website. So this is a website which is newsapi.org. You can simply search in your any type of browser you have. Now here you will see that there is a documentation where like what all things we are going to get over here. Yeah, so you can see that this is like all articles about Tesla from last month. So you can use a category something like this, and you can simply pass the category, and from which date you want to see all the news, you can use this type of thing like, and this is, you can see a get method has been passed over here. Yeah, so now once we move here, you can see that there is, it is another API. Yeah, so these are the some APIs that we are going to use. Now let me show you. So here you can see that this is the API like top headline. If I want to get a top headline, I can use this API. Now here it has just wrote a country from where I get the want to get a news. So here it has just passed US, so it will get all the top headline from US, and the category will be the business. You can change all the category from here and the country also, so it is up to your choice. Yeah, so this is how you can use a different API that the news API have, and can get a news, and you can simply log in first to get the API key, because as you can see that we need to also pass a API key over here. Yeah, so let me show you first like what all API we are going to use to get our news in our app. Yeah, so I'm planning to get this API, which is our top headlines, and this will be like going to show in the hottest news section. Yeah, so this is the API that we are going to use. We'll just pass we can pass a country US. I think so country US is okay, so we can simply pass an country US. I won't pass a category. We are going to pass a category when the user will press to any of these categories. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is let's pass the top headlines over here. I guess yeah, let's pass this API. Why to use this? Yeah, so both are same, both are top headlines. Does it is just that they have passed a sources over here, rather than there they have just passed like what they have passed. They have passed a country and the category, and here they have just passed a sources, which is a tech crunch. Yeah, so here you can see that. Let me show you how what all thing we are going to get when we call this API through our get function. Yeah, so here you can see that this, let me explain you first like what all result we are going to get. Yeah, so here once we call this, here you can see that there is a total 10 result present, and we are going to get a 10 result from this API. Now once we get this API, I need to just get a description of this news. Yeah, then the URL to image. So I need to also get the URL to image. Like this is an URL that have been provided to get the image, and we have shown the image. So this is the image, and here it has just written a description, so we need to pass a description and a title. Yeah, so these are the some three things that we need to get in our what in our hottest news section. Yeah, so for that I'll just move to the model and will create a new file name, which is an article model, something like this. So I'll just write article model dot. Yeah, so once we have passed this, I need to pass a class name, which is a article model. Yeah, so here I'm going to write a string. Now the reason for writing a string, as you can see that all the text or sentence has been indicated in a double inverted comma, so it will act as a string. Yeah, so we are going to store that in the string. So I'll just write a string, and first I'm going to get like a title. You, if you want, you can get some more thing, like if you want to show the author name, you can do that. If you want to show the published date, the content, who have wrote this, etc, etc, it's up to your choice. Yeah, so first I'm going to show the title, so I'll just write a title. Then I'm going to show what the description, so I'll just write description, something like this. Now once we have shown the title, description, now I need to show the image. So I'll just create one more string, and here I'm going to just write a string, and we'll write string URL to image. So this is what we are going to use, something like this. Yeah, so once we have created a class name, which is article model, now I'm going to store all the news from the respective API. Yeah, so for that I will just move to the service folder and will simply create a new file name, which is news.dart, and here I'm going to call the API. So first what I'm going to create is a class name, which is class news. Yeah, so here I'll first create a list, which is a article model that I have shown you now that we have created, and here I'm going to pass the list name, which will be the news, and will keep it empty, and we are going to store all the news that we get from the API. Yeah, so here I'm going to write a future, and in the future I'll just pass a void, and will pass our function name, which is get news. Yeah, so once we have passed our function name get news, I'm going to pass a string URL, and in this string URL I'm going to store the URL. So what is the URL? So this is the URL. Now we need to copy this and paste it something over here. Now here I'm not showing my API key because it's going to be some security problem for me. Yeah, so the API key, you need to simply, as I've told you, if you don't have an account, you need to create an account, and if you have, then you can log in, and you need to get the API key and replace it over here. Just don't leave like this, otherwise you will face an error, because it strictly says that provide your API key. Yep, so this is how we have done. Now let's move forward, and here I'll just write a var response I'll just write a response is equals to await, and I'm going to use a HTTP. Now HTTP package, because we are going to use a HTTP link, so I'll just write one package name which is HTTP, something like this, and run this package over here. Yep. So once we have done this, now I can just write HTTP, something like this. I think so. Yeah. I need to import the package first. So I'll write import HTTP dot, yeah, and here I'll just write as HTTP, yeah. So this is how we can write that, and we'll get, because we need to get a function, so will you like get this API, so I'll pass a dot get method, and here I'll just write URI dot parse, and we need to pass the URL that we need to parse. Yep. So once we have parsed this, we'll pass var JSON data, and we are going to decode the body that we have. What is a body? Now let me explain you what is the body. So for example, if we are going to call this API, we are going to get all this result. Yeah. So first we are going to decode that response that we are getting from this API, and we are going to store that in the JSON data. Now once we got a data, we'll check that if the JSON data status is okay. So here you can see that it has simply written status is okay. So I'll copy this, and we'll check that if the status is equals to okay. If it is okay, then we are going to move inside this map. So here you can see that this is a map, as you know that this indicate as a map. So here if the status is okay, then is a 10 result present, and then we are going to move to our article. Here you can see that this is an article. Yeah, so this is an article, and this is a map, sorry, a list. So something that indicate with the curly braces indicate as a map, and something indicated as a square bracket act as a list. So as you can see that in this list there is numerous number of map. Yeah, so this is how we can move inside this. So I'll just write that to move inside this article list, to get the description and title, I just need to move inside the article first. So for that I'll just write a JSON data, something like this, JSON data, and I need to move to the articles section first. So I'll copy the article section, and once we move to the article section, we'll write dot for each. Now the reason for writing a for each is because, as I've told you, that in this map there is numerous number of article, as you can see here. Yeah. So for that, once we move to the article, and I need to get a data for each thing, like here you can see that this is a first one, then this is second, this is third. So these are the thing we need to get. So that's why I'm going to pass for each function over here to get a each title and description that we want to show. Yeah. So I'll write for each, and we'll just need to pass an element. So I'll write element, something like this, element. Yeah. So once we have wrote this element, and here what I'm going to do, if element, and I'll just write URL to image. So in the once we have moved to the article, inside this article I don't need this source and all, so skip this source, like, yep. So I just need to move to the URL to image. So I need to copy this URL to image, and we'll just paste something like this, and we'll just write like this now. Yeah. So URL to image should not be equals to null. I mean that don't get all that news where the image is not present. So there will be a case like in some of the news the image is not present, so that will throw the error when we are going to use that in the app. So that's why I'm simply telling that don't show me all that image, or don't get all that news which don't have an image. Yeah. And we'll just write element again, sorry, we need to pass and I'll pass one more case like element, and here I'm going to just say that don't show me all this news which don't have a description, because these are the two important things we need in our news section to show our news. So I'll just say that don't show the null description, and if both the thing will be true, like then we are going to store that in our list. So I'll pass article model is equals to article model, and here I'm going to pass what? First I'm going to pass the title. Yeah, so I forgot to write article model over here. So I'll need to call all the title and the desk. By the desk I mean the description and the URL to image over here. So I'll write a article model and we'll write this dot description, this dot title, and we'll again pass this dot URL to image. Yeah, so once we have passed all this thing, now I can pass the thing that I'm trying to call. So here what I'm trying to call was the image. So first I will need to write URL to image, something like this. Now here I need to write a exact, you can say, a field name that we need to get from the API. So for that I just need to pass an element, and in the element, as you can see, that this is the URL to image. So I think so this was the API that we are calling. I think so there is same in all the thing that we have wrote. Yeah, I think so this was the, yeah. So I need to write this field name. So I need to copy this field name and we'll paste it something over here as it is, as you can see. Now once we have paste this, now we need to also paste the description. So for the description I just need to write description element and again a description field name. So the description field name will be this field name. So I need to copy and we need to paste it something over here. Yeah, so once the description is done, now the last thing is a title. So I need to pass an title. So title, for the title I just need to write an element over here, and I need to write a field name which is a title. So I need to copy this and we are going to paste it something over here. So yeah, so once we have wrote all this thing, now we need to add the data in our news list that we have passed. Yeah, so for that I will just move something over here and will just write news dot add, and here I'm going to pass the article model. So we are going to paste one by one all the data that we are getting from the API in our news list. Yeah, so once we have done this thing, now here let's move to the home page and let's call the API and let's get the data in our hottest news section. Yeah, so for that I will move to the home page, and in the home page I need to call like I think so first I need to create a list. So I'll create a list, and here I'm going to create a list which is an article model that I've shown you. So I'll write article model, and here I'm going to write articles. Yeah, so here I'm going to again create a empty list. Now once I've created the empty list, now here I just need to call our get news function. Yeah, so the get news function will be something like this. Yeah, so I'll just write a get news function. Now the what is a get news function? Now the get news function will be called when we need to show the news in our hottest news section. So I'll just write a function name which is a get news, and in the get news I'll just pass first a sync, and here I'll write a news, and here I'll write a news class. Sorry, not over here. I'll write a news class. So I'll write a news class is equals to, and we'll create a function name which is a news. Yeah, I think so we need to call this something like this. Yeah, so once we have called this, so here you can see that this is a news class that we have created, and I'm trying to call that in the home page so that I can show all the data we have stored in the list. Yeah, so I'll write await, and here I'm going to write a news class here again dot get news, which is our function name, and here I'll just pass an articles, and in the articles list I'm going to store all the news. Yeah, so I'll write news class dot news, something like this. Now once we have passed this, we can pass a set state. Now we can pass a loading thing over here, because like until the function is not called and we haven't get all the data from the news API, then we'll going to show a loading screen over here. So for that I need to create a bool, and in the bool I'll just write a, you can say, loading, and we'll just pass a true. Yeah, so once the loading is true and once we get a data, we'll make a loading to false to show that the news. Yeah, So these are the things that we need to do. Now let's move, and where we have wrote some of the thing to show the API in the list view, I'll just pass list view.builder over here, and in the list view.builder I need to just remove this thing that we have written. I guess we can do one thing like list view builder, and here I'm going to pass an item builder. Yeah, so I'll just pass an item builder, and in the item builder I'll just write like a context index will be something like this, and here I'm going to write a return, and the return I'm going to pass this container. So let me cut this container, a complete container from here. So I'll just cut out the container from here, and we are going to simply paste it something over here. Yeah, and we'll remove all the things that we don't need for now. Yeah, so these are the things that we don't need for now. There is some problem, I guess. Let me check. Yeah, so there is some curly braces problem, so I'll just need to add some of the brackets to make it done. Yeah, I don't know why it is creating a problem. So let's do one thing. Let's cut a complete container from here, and we are going to remove this list view dot builder, or yeah, we can do something like this. Yeah, and we need to pass this. Yeah, so now it is okay. Now we can write a return, and we can paste the case that we have written. Yeah, so here it is. And now once we have wrote this in the item builder, I need to pass the item count. Yeah, so for the item count I'll just write out item count, and we need to pass articles dot length. Yeah, and we need to also pass a sync and wrap. So I'll pass a sync and wrap to true, and here I'm going to pass a physics. Now what is a physics? So this is not a physics, gravity or Newton law. So these are the, you can say a list view will have his own physics, and in the physics you can simply pass like how you want to show the list view builder, like you if you want to keep it in the scrolling form. So I'll just pass a clamping scroll physics in the container. Yeah, so once we have passed this thing, now here I can pass a data. So to pass a data, first I need to pass image.network, and here I'm going to pass articles, and here I'm going to first pass index dot and a URL to image that we have used. Yeah, so URL to image something like this, and here I'm going to show the title. So for the title just need to write articles index here again, and in the index I'll just write index dot and title, and we need to also pass a description. So I'll just need to write something like this. So for the description I just need to write articles index dot description. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, now we can show the data over here. Yeah, so let me like hot restart the app again, and I think so hot restart will work over here. If not, then we need to close a complete VS code and the emulator to make the thing work. Yeah, and do not forget to paste your API key. As I have told you, you can paste your API key over here. Yeah, so once you call a get news function, now you have wrote a get news function. Now you need to call that get news function in the init state. So you can call this data and can store in the articles list, and you can show that news over here. Yeah, so that's why I wrote a get news function over here, and do not forget to call that in the init state, otherwise you won't get a result. Yeah, you can see that there is the overflow pixel error, because you can see that the article that have been shown, not an article, the news that have been shown over here, the title is in more than 4 lines, is more than I think so 2 lines, which doesn't fit over here. So I need to just pass like it should be shown just in the 2 lines. I don't need more than 2 lines over here. So to pass that case in the text widget, I'll just pass like max lines will be 2. I just don't need more than 2, and we need to also pass a description, same thing. So I'll just pass a max line to 2. Yeah, so this is how we can set the thing and can show the news, all the news over here. And if you want, you can pass a space, like both the news are stuck with each another. So for that, I just need to pass a margin from the right position to, and will pass a right 10.0. Yeah, something like this. Now I can see all the news in the hottest news section, as you can see here. So this is how we can show the data from our news API, and I have shown you how to show that data from the news API. Now here comes one more thing, which is a trending news. Not a trending news. First, let's add the category section, then I'm going to move forward. Yeah, so in the categories section, what I'm going to do first is that first I'm going to create a call an API. First, I'm going to call an API. So what API I'm going to call, I will let me show you first. So we are passing a category. So I'm going to pass this one. Like here, we can pass a different category that the user are going to select. So here, first in the services folder, I will create a new file name, which is show category, and I'm going to write show category news dot. Yeah, so this is the file that I've created. Now here I'm going to create a class. Now in the class, I will just pass a show category news. So this is a class name, and here I'm going to create a list. Now in the list, first I will just pass like a category model. We haven't created a category model till now. So for that, I'll just move over here and will just write show category, and here you can see dot. Yeah, so there is not much nothing much to show that we have written for our tech, not a tech crunch, for the hottest news section. In the hottest news, we are calling a title, description, and URL to image. So these are the three things that we also need in our categories model. Yeah, so for that, I will do one more thing. Like here, I'll create a class name, which will be a show category model. So I'll write show category model, something like this. And here I'll just pass a string, so that will be the same string. So why to write again. So I'll copy this and will simply paste it something over here. And don't forget to call, otherwise you can't pass the data. So I'll pass this dot description, this dot title, and this dot URL to image, something like this. Now in the show category model, now I can pass the show category model, something like this. Now here I just need to create a empty list that we have created two times before, as you can see that. So I'll same thing I do over here. So I'll create an empty list, which is a categories. Now I'm going to create a future, and in the future I'm going to create a function name, which is a get category news. Yeah, so get category news. So this is the function that I've created. Now before we move forward, I want to tell you that if you haven't hit that subscribe button, then what you are waiting for? Because I'm trying my best to explain you in the easiest way as possible, and I'm noticing that while many of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet, hit that subscribe button. It is totally free. You don't need to pay anything extra to hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. So show your support by hitting that subscribe button. Yeah, now let's move forward. I hope that you have subscribed till now. Yeah, so I'll pass a string over here, and here I'm going to pass a category. Now the reason for passing a category over here, because here you can see that there is a different categories that we have shown in our app, which is business, entertainment, science. So we don't know that which category that the user going to select. So to track that which category, like if the user selects science, so we are going to simply pass a science over here, and we are going to show all the news related to the science. Yeah, so for that, I have just passed a string category, and here I'm going to pass a string URL. Now in the URL, I'm going to pass this URL, so which is this URL. So I'll copy this, and we are going to paste it something over here like this. Yeah, and change the API key that you need to pass. Yeah. So once we have wrote this, now the same thing that we have written for our hottest news. So I'll write var response equals to await http. So http dot get. So we need to call the http function, something like this. Yeah, so there it is over here. So I need to copy this, and we are going to paste it something over here. dot get, and here I'm going to pass URI dot parse, and we need to pass the URL that we are passing. So once we have passed the URL, I need to get a data. So I'll just write var JSON data is equals to, and we'll need to pass a JSON decode so that I can decode what response we are getting. So I'll write response dot body, something like this. Now once we have wrote this thing, here we need to write a same thing that we have written, like if JSON data, because here you can see that the status is also passed is okay. So for that I just need to pass JSON data if the status is okay. So I'll do one thing. Let's write why to copy the thing again. Yeah, so I'll write if JSON data status is okay, and if it is true, then we are going to pass a JSON data, and we are going to move to the articles section. Yeah, here you can see that articles, and we are going to paste that over here. So I'll just paste it the articles from here, and once we get articles for each element, because as you know that, as I've told you, that article is in the form of the list. Yeah, so we need to pass for each element over here, and we need to get each element, and once we get all the element, then we are going to do one thing. Here I will pass if uh, let's copy this, and we are going to paste it something over here. I guess it is okay. Something like this. Now here I need to just change, like I don't need an article model, so here I just need to write a show category model. So I'll write show category model, and we need to just change it to also. So write show category model equals to show category model, something like this. Yeah, and here I'm going to just write a categories that we have passed. So the list, as you can see here, the categories dot add, and here I'm going to add a show category model where we have stored the data. Yeah, so this is how we are going to get a data from the category that the user going to select. Yeah, now this is just a thing. Now here, when the business is selected, we are going to show all the news related to the business. So we need to navigate to the different page. So for that I need to create one page. Yeah, so for that, let's move to the pages folder, and we'll simply create a new file name which is category news, where I'm going to show all the category news related to that. So I'll write category news dot dart, and first I'm going to import the package by using material dot dart. So I'll write material, sorry. So here I'll write import material. Yeah, so I'll write a stateful widget name which will be the category news. So I'll just write a category news, something like this. Now here, once we have passed the category news, now I'm going to pass a string name. Now let's pass name. I guess name will be okay, and here I'm going to pass the category news. Now the reason behind the passing the name, because I need to keep a track like which category that the user have selected. Now for example, if the user have selected a business category, now the page where we are going to show all the news related to the category that the user have selected, the headline of the page will be changed from buzz line to the business. So this is the thing like we can show to make our app really interesting. Yeah, so this is the thing that I've thought about. So I'll just write this dot name, something like this, and here I'll just pass dot required function, and here I just need to first get all the news from the category. So for that I just need to create a list, and these are all the things that we have done in our home page. Yeah, so there is not like anything extra that you need to know over here. So here I'll just create a categories list, and here I'm again going to create a bool loading to true. Yeah, something like this, loading to true. And here I'm going to pass a init state, and in the init state I need to pass a function name which is a get news. So for that I'll just create a function name which is get news, and here I'm going to just write an async and I need to write a show category news. Show category news is equals to show category news, something like this. Now here I just need to pass an await, and we need to write a show category news dot get category news. So you know that get category news that we have created here. So this is the function that we are trying to call over here, and this is where we are going to pass our category that we have selected. Now once we have done all this thing, now I need to pass dot to lowercase, because here you can see that all the categories have been sent in the lowercase, because here you can see that business B is in capital, but all the letters that we are passing in the category should be in the lowercase. So that's why I'm passing widget dot name dot to lowercase. And once we have done this thing, I just need to pass a categories is equals to show category news. So category news dot categories, something like this. So I found that error. The thing was that there was a silly mistake. As you can see that we have created a list, and there is a model, show category model. So here you can see that we have wrote a different thing, which is a show category news. I need to write a same model that we have created rather than a show category news. So I'll write show category model, and here the error is gone. Yeah. So these are the some errors that you can face while writing a code. So do not need to worry. Just read a code, like not a read a code, read a error, like why we are facing that error and how we can fix that error. So that will simply give the thing like how we can solve that error in just a few seconds. Yeah. So once the loading is done, we'll just make the loading to false. And once we get a data, now here I can pass our get news function. So I'll just write a get news function, something like this. Yeah. Now here first I'm going to create a scaffold. Now in the scaffold, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to create a body, container, and a child and a column, and you can see a children. Yeah. So let's move to the category news. Yeah, so let's move to the category news so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over here. So I'll move to the get category news, and I'll just pass a random text for now. Yeah, so let's hot restart the app, and here we have moved to the category news section. So here I'm going to pass like first what I'm thinking that let's pass the background color to this page. So I'll write background color, and here I'm going to pass the color. So the color will be the color that we have passed to the text, so which is this color. So I'm going to copy this color, and we are going to paste it something over here. Yeah. So let's remove this, and we are going to paste this color something like this. And here in the text widget, so first I'm going to write a row children, and in the text widget I'm going to pass a category name. So for an example, if I have selected business, so I'll write business style, and in the text style I'll just pass a color, which will be colors dot white. Font size, let's keep the font size of 22.0, and font weight, let's keep the font weight dot bold. Yep, font weight dot bold, something like this. Now here you can see the text. I need to bring the text something over here. So for that I'll do one thing. Here I'll just pass a main, and will pass main axis alignment dot center, and I need to pass a margin from the top. So I'll write margin edge insert dot only from the top. Let's pass 50.0, and now you can see the text. I can increase the text size up to 30. 30 is okay, I guess. Yeah. And once we have passed our page name, which is business, and I need to also pass a back arrow, because to move back to the page again. So I'll write icon, and I'll write icons dot arrow back, pass arrow back new rounded, and here I need to pass the color to our icon. So I'll write color will pass colors dot white, and here I need to remove this center widget. Yep. So then I need to also provide let's do one thing. Let's wrap up with a padding widget, and we need to just pass dot only from the left. Let's pass 20.0 or 10.0. 10.0 is okay, I guess. Yeah, if you want you can increase the size of an icon, it's up to your choice. Now here I need to pass a width. So for the width I'll just pass size box width media query, and we'll use a media query rather than passing a fixed width. Dot of context dot size dot width, and here I'm going to pass like up to 2. 2 is okay, not it is not. So 4, or let's pass 4.5 or 3.8, I guess. Yeah, so now it is on in the complete center, and we have shown our page name. Now here I'm going to create a circular container, something like this. Yeah, so for that, I just need to write a container. Now there is one more thing behind this creating this news app. Like I was asking from you all that what backend should I use for the next project. Then the many of them have commented in the comment box that we need to learn how to integrate the API because the Firebase is paid. So I tell okay, if Firebase is paid, Firebase storage is paid, and you can't use Firebase as a backend, so this is the API you can use because it is totally free. You don't need to pay anything extra. So this is the news app. I will highly recommend you to follow this news app and add in your resume, because this is the news app will teach you a lot how to integrate the API. You don't need to pay a single money while integrating the API. Yeah, and if you want to get a source code, I'll provide the link in the description box. You can get it from there. Any of the choice you can refer. Like if you don't have a time to make this complete app from the scratch by seeing this video, you can follow the source code also. Yeah, now let's move forward, and here in the container I need to pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now in the box decoration, I need to pass a color. The color will be colors.white. So I'll pass colors.white, something like this. And here what I'm going to do, first I'm going to pass a width media query. So media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can take a complete width of the screen. And here I'm going to pass a child, a column, and a children. Yeah, now once we have passed this thing, what I'm going to do, first write a text widget, just normally a text widget, so that I can show you. And we'll just run this. Yeah, and here you can see this. I'll just pass a size box height 20.0, so that there will be a gap. And I'll just pass expanded widget, so that it can take a complete height of the screen, something like this. And here I'll just pass a border radius. So I'll write border radius dot only. From the top left, I'll pass radius dot circular. Let's pass 20. From the top right, let radius dot circular. Let Yeah, so this is the curved container. As you can see, you can increase a border radius up to your choice. So I'll change it to 30 and 30. Yeah, so now it is okay and it's look good. Yeah, so this is how we can show the data. Now let's create a container, and normally an image, like how we want to show the news on this page. So for that, I'll just write a container. Now in the container, I just need to pass a child, image.asset, and I'm going to use images. And once we are call the thing from the API, then we are going to show the image over here. So for that, I'll just create one, not create, I'll just write one image name, which is news1.jpg, something like this. And here what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to pass a margin. So let's pass the margin as inset dot all. Let's pass 10. Yeah, or let's pass up to 30. 30 is okay, I guess 30 is okay. Yeah, so now what I'm thinking, that let's pass a decoration over here. So I'll write box decoration. Yeah, and let me see if I have used some color. So I'll copy this color code, and I'm going to paste it something over here, and we'll just pass a color, something like this. Now what I'm going to do first is that I will just wrap up with a column widget, something like this. Wrap up with a column widget, and here what I'm going to do, first I'm going to provide a border radius. So I'll wrap up with a clip react widget, and in the clip react widget, I'll just pass a border radius to my image. So I'll write border radius dot circular. Let's pass 10. Yeah, so now you can see the circular, not a circular, a border, a image with a border radius. Yeah, so once we have done this thing, now here in the container, I need to copy the text widget here again. So to show the title and the description about this news that have been shown over here. So for that, I'll just write a text widget here again. Why to write the thing again and again? So let's move to the home widget, and I'll copy the case that we have written for the UI. So what I'm going to do, I need to copy this complete thing, and we are going to paste it something over here in the show category news, not show category news, category news. Yeah, and we are going to paste it something over here. The text is too small, so I'll just change it up to 2. Let's pass with, yeah, and here I'm going to just pass 20, and we need to just make it bold, so I'll write bold, something like this. And I can pass a space, so I'll pass a size box. And let's pass the height, 5.0 is okay. Yeah, we'll remove the text align from here. Yeah, so it's okay, I guess it is okay. And here I am going to change it again, so remove this. Let's pass the font size, up to 22.0. It is too much. Let's pass 18.0, and we'll remove the text align if it is there. I think so. We need to pass a width, yeah, so it is okay, and it's look good. Yeah, now here what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to call our home page from here. So I'll just move to the home page first, and here we have moved to the home page, and we'll move to the home dot. And here where we have shown our category, I will just wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will just pass like navigator dot push, and I'm going to simply push the user to the which page, a so not a show, I think so category news page. Yeah, so for that I just need to write a material page route, and here I'm going to pass a context, and in the context I just need to push the user to the category news page. Yeah, so I'll just write category news, and here I'm going to pass the name that I will simply select from here. Yeah, so I just need to write a category name, and here I'll just write to lowercase, yeah, dot, I guess it is okay. Yeah, I think so we are changing to the lowercase here itself, so we don't need to do it again. Yeah, so once we get the category news, so let me hot reload the app, and here I click to the business, and we'll move to the business page, and here we are going to show all the news related to the business. So again we need a list view.builder. So for that what I'm going to do is that I will copy the list view.builder from here, and we are going to paste it something over here, where, let me show you, in the this page. So I'm going to paste it something over here, and here I'll move to the home, and we are going to copy this category tile again from here. So we'll copy the category tile, and we are going to paste it something over here. So here it is, and here we have done this thing. Yeah, so this is a stateless widget, so we need to close it something from here. Yeah, so it is easy. Now we need to copy the thing that we have just created for like and UI. So I need to just cut it from here. Let me check it again so that there will be no problem. Yeah, so I need to cut it from here. I will just remove this. I don't think so we need to remove this. I need to do one thing. Here I'll just remove this gesture detector, and here I'll just write a container, a child and a column, and a children. Yeah, and here I'm going to paste this thing that we have created just for the UI. Yeah, so you can see that if there will be any problem related to the bracket and all, so we can fix that. So we have written container column clip react widget. I guess we don't need this thing, so I'll remove this from here. Sorry for that. And here I'll just pass this. Why I passed a stack widget? It wrote a stack widget. Where is a stack widget? No, there is not any stack. There is some problem, I guess, in the curly braces, not a curly braces, a brackets and all. So we can fix this. Yeah, so here it is done. We have passed to this, and here I'll just remove all the unnecessary brackets again. So this we have just created for the UI, as I was telling you. Yeah, so we can remove this because we don't need this thing over here. So I will just also remove the column widget. I don't think we need this, all this thing. Yeah, so now I'm going to pass in the child a list view dot builder. So I'll simply cut it from here, we'll paste it over here, something like this. And we have already passed a category tile, and in the category tile here we are going to pass the image. So I'll just pass the image, the title. So yeah, it is okay. So here I'm going to first pass the image, the title, and the what we are going to pass, a description. So these are the three things that we need to pass. So I'll just change to this dot image and this dot title and then the description. So these are the things that we need to write over here. So once we have wrote this thing, now here what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to just pass a name, or not a name, image is already passed. So URL to image, and here we need to just pass like one title. So I'll just pass categories index dot title and the description. So these are the few things that we need to pass. So I'll just write categories index dot description. Yep, so these are the few things that we need to pass it over here. Now we need to simply hot restart the app and let's test how it is going to work. So we can't see anything over here. So is there any problem? We can check it here. Yeah, so we can't see the image. Okay, the title is also not seen. So I'll just need to pass a title and a description, something like this. We can pass a description. Yeah, so I forgot to paste my API key over here. So make sure that when you are pasting the URL link, make sure you pass your API key. Now once we have passed the API key, now we'll simply hot restart the app again and we'll click to the business, and now we are going to show all the result of the category. I hope, yeah, it is working. So it is taking some time. Yeah, but here you can see that it is in the form of horizontal direction, but we need to show all the thing in the vertical direction. So for that I will do here one thing. I'll just change, or we can directly remove that because by default it has been set to in the vertical form. And here rather than image.asset, because our image is in the form of network, so I'll just write network image, something like this, and now we can see the image. So these are the some image that we need to show it over here. Now once we have done this thing, now we need to also pass a margin so that we can see all the news clearly. So I'll pass margin as insert dot only, from the left 20.0, from the right 20.0. So here it is, and here we can see all the news. Yeah, now we can also fix some few things. Now here you can see that once I scroll, I can see all the news. Yeah, it is working brilliantly. Yeah, so there are some more few things that we can fix over here. I guess height is okay, and if there is unknown padding, so I'll write padding edge inset only, edge inset dot edge inset dot all to 0. We can pass to 0 so that we don't need any padding. And here I can pass a padding from here. From where? Let me show you. So I'll just pass a padding from the top. Let's pass 20.0 so that there will be the enough space and I can see all the things. Yeah, so this is how we can see the news, and here you can see the title and the description. Now if you want, you can simply like change like how much line you want to show the title in the description. So for an example, if you want, you can just pass the max line that we have done before. So I'll just pass a max line like up to 3, up to 2, and just pass to the description like max line up to 3. So this will simply set the thing and it will be shown over here. So now it's look good, and I guess we can see all the news and related to the business. Yeah, so we can pass up to 40 is okay, I guess. Yeah, so it is okay, and now we can directly move back to the home screen. So for that I'll just need to wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I'll just pass navigator dot pop context so that I can directly move back to the with screen our home screen. Yeah, so we'll directly move back to the our home screen. Yeah, something like this. Now here you can pass the same thing for the entertainment, science, sports, so it will going to work accordingly. So you can see that by using a state management we have passed a different categories. Now we don't need to create a page for the each category like business, entertainment, science. No, we just created single page which is category news, and it going to handle all the category that have been shown in the app. Yeah, so this is the main use of this state management. And here what I'm going to do is that, again, when I will tap to this, you will see the sports, you will going to see all the news related to the sports. Yeah, so here it has been fixed to the business. So let me check the thing. So here what we have done is that we haven't passed, I think so, when we are clicking to the sports we can't see the sports because we have just passed a business as a permanent one. So I'll just write widget dot name so that I can get a sports. Yeah, so this is how we can do that, and I'll just pass 3.5, I guess, or 3.3. Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, it is okay. So sports, now we need to get all the news related to the sports, technology and science. Yeah, but we are getting the same news again and again. Yeah, so the reason that we are getting only the business news over here because we haven't passed the category over here. So I just need to pass like something like this, a dollar sign, and the category that we are passing. So here you can see that by using this API I can pass like call a get category news function and can pass a different category that the user going to select. Yeah, so this is the main use of this URL. I hope it is clear. So once we have done this thing, now let's test the app again. So I'll simply hot restart the app and we'll click to the science, and here you can see that we are getting all the news related to the science. And when I'll move to the sports, now I'm going to get all the news related to the sports. Yeah, so it is working brilliantly, and you can see that it going to show me the news related to the category I'm going to simply select over here. Yeah, so this is how it is going to work, and you can see that it looks really good, and we can get all the news related to the category that I am selecting. Yeah, here what I'm going to do is that, like, when the user will press to the any of the category, like for example business, and here they are the news they can see. Now when they tap to the news and they want to read the news in the more detail, then we need to get the URL link of that specific page of that news so that we can show them in the app and the user can read about that news in the more detail. So for that, here you can see that there is a URL. So I forgot to call this URL because we need to get this link. So when you tap to this link, you can see that it simply opens a page where we can read the news about in the more detail. Yeah, so these were the some things that we need to do here. So what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to write here a string, and in the string I just need to pass an URL, something like this, and here I'm going to write like this dot URL so that I can get the URL link first, and then we'll move to the our category news, not category news, so category news, and here I'm going to pass that something like this. So I'll write URL element, and then we need to just pass the URL, something like this. Yeah, so we need to do same for this section where we have shown our hottest news. So I'll just pass string URL, something like this, and here I'll just write this.url, and we need to just pass it something over here. Where? Over here, let me show you. So I'll just write URL element, and here I'm going to pass an URL. Yeah, so now you can see that here in the perspec.ml file I have used this version of WebView Flutter. Now the version is 3.0.1. now make sure that you use this exact version in your perspec.ml file to get the result. Yeah, because the other version of the WebView Flutter can't help to get the exact result, so I'm telling you that to use this exact version of WebView Flutter. And here you can see that in article view.dart file I have just created one page where we are going to read that detail about a news in much more detail that the page I've shown you. So we're going to use the web view, and we are going to allow the user to move to that website, or you can say the link, and can read the news in the more detail. Yeah, so this was the reason to pass the article view. Now here what I'm going to do is that where we have shown the category news, let me show you. So this is the page, and where we have shown we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will just push the user to the article view page. So I'll just write navigator dot push, and will just push the user. So I'll just write material page root, something like this, material page root, and here I'm going to just pass a context, and in the context I'm going to pass to the article view section, and here I'm going to push the we need to also get the URL, so I need to just pass the URL. So I'll write this dot URL, something like this. Yeah, and here I'm going to pass the URL something like this. So I'll write URL category index dot URL, something like this. Yeah, and we need to just pass the URL something over here. I hope it is going to work. So let's hot restart the app again, and here I'll just click to this business, and we are going to get all the news related to the business, and I will simply tap to this, and let's see the detail. Like, yeah, so we have moved to the buzz line, and it is taking some time, I guess. So it simply says that there is unable to stabilize the connection on the channel. So the reason behind this, because we have just added one package in the perspec.ml file, so hot reload and hot restart will not going to work over here. So we need to simply close a complete VS code and the emulator and rerun the complete app again. So let me do that for you so that I can show you what result we are going to get over here. Yeah, hot restart, sorry, not hot restart, I completely rerun the app again. Now I'll show you what result we are going to get. So I simply click to the business, and we are going to click to this news, and here you can see that we have successfully moved to the website of where the news is, and now I can simply read the news in the more detail and can get the news up in much more way. Yeah, so this is what we can do, and let's move to the sports, and in the sports I'm going to simply click to over here, and here you can see that once I click to this, and here I get all the news in the much more detail. So this is a web view, as you can see here. So this is the widget, the web view that we have used, and it simply shows that complete link of that website in our app. So this is what we can do to read the news in the more detail. Yeah, so let's pass to our hottest news section also, so that I can just read that news over here. So for that, what I'm going to do is that here where we have passed all the things, so we have passed over here. So what I'm going to do here, first I'm going to wrap up with a gesture detector, and again I will, in the on tap method, I will again push the user to the article view page. So I'll write navigator dot push, and will push the user to the article view page. So I'll just write material page root. So I'll write material page root context and will push the user to the article view page. So I'll just move to the article view, and here in the URL I'll just write something like this, which is article index. So I'll write articles index dot URL. Yeah, so this is what we can pass, and now we'll simply hot restart the app again. Now what I'm going to do, now I'm going to simply click to this arrow, and you can see that we directly move to the web view, and now I can read about this news in the much more detail. Yeah, so this is the awesome thing that we have done in our app. Now we have come to the end of this awesome Buzzline app, but there comes one more thing, which is a trending news section. Yeah, so for the trending news, what I'm going to do is that let me see. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this container here again, and we are going to paste it over where, over here, something over here, and I'll going to cut this complete container that we have just shown for the UI of our trending news section. So I'm going to simply cut it from here, and we will simply paste that in our list view. Yeah, so I'm going to paste it something over here. Yeah, it is okay, so there is not any problem. Yeah, now what I'm going to do, so there you can see that there is a problem, but we need to show the news in the vertical form. So I'll just pass vertical, and we'll hot restart the app again. Sorry, we have cut it from the right position, so I need to cut it from here, I guess. Yeah, it is okay. Now here what I'm going to do is that first I just need to pass image.network, and then I'm going to pass the image. So yeah, wait a second. Yeah, so articles, the index dot, and here the URL to image, something like this, and here we have shown the our title. So article index and dot title. So here we are going to show the title, and here we are going to see the description. So again I write article index dot description, something like this. Yeah, so we have passed all this thing, and now we can see the news, but there is an overflow pixel error, so don't need to worry about that. What we are going to do is that here I will just wrap up the container with a single child scroll view, something like this. I hope it should work. Yeah, it is working, and now I can simply scroll the complete news. So here you can see that, so I can also scroll in this way, and if you want that to be scroll in the better way, like it should be fixed, and I can scroll the complete page like this. So what I'm going to do for that, first let me remove this unknown padding over here. So for that I'll just move over here, and you know that padding edge inset dot all, so not all, we need to just pass dot 0, sorry 0, something like this, so that there will be unknown space. And now we can also like pass some spacing, because all the things are stuck with each another. So for that I'll just remove the dot only from the bottom. Let's pass 20.0 so that there will be some space, and we need to also pass from the right. Let's pass 20.0. Yeah, so now we can see the news, but we need to also change the max line. So for that what I'm going to do is that here again the max line will be up to 3 is okay, and the title will be up to the title, so title will be up to 2 is okay. Yeah, so now it's look good, and now I can simply see all the trending news that I want to simply look. Yeah, now here also what I'm going to do is that, yeah, so URL is already passed, so when I'll tap to this I can read that news in the much more detail. Yeah, so these were the some things. So if you want that the thing to be completely fixed and the user can't scroll like this, they can scroll with this page. So here you need to just pass like this, which is like never scrollable physics, and we need to just hot restart the app again, and now you'll see the magic. So here you can see that we need to do one thing first. Yeah, so here you can see that this is the magic that I was telling about. So I just need to change the height so that it can take a complete height, and we can see all the news related to that. So simply hot restart the app again, and once the app is done, and now I can simply see all the trending news, and it is scrolling with a page. Yeah, so this is a thing that will give a better experience to the user when they are using this app. Yeah, so if you want, you can also pass a spacing from the bottom, something like this. Yeah, so here we have made a complete buzzline app, or you can say a news app from the scratch, where you can see that there is a hottest news section where the user can simply scroll and can read all the hottest news, and when they will tap, they can read the news in the much more detail. There is a different categories like business, entertainment, science, sports, technology. So they can tap to the any of the categories and can read the news again, and a trending news section so that they can see all the trending news. So these were the things that we have added in our news app. Now in the trending news, you can add some more API, because in the news API there are lots of things that you can use, like some other APIs if you can use. I have just shown you how to show the news by using a news API, but if you want to use any other API through the news API, you can do that. Yeah, it is very easy. Now I think so you can get it, like how easy it is to add a API in the Flutter app. Now this was the thing that I have done from my side, like making this complete buzzline app. But from your side, I want that each one of you to hit that like and subscribe button, because I'm noticing that while many of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So what you are waiting for? Because I've tried my best to explain you in the easiest way as possible, and I've also used a state management to make this complete code very easy for you all to understand. So hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. Until then, keep coding, keep having fun. I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.